Welcome, everybody, to Starship Flight 13 launch coverage. EJ's Flight 13 launch coverage. What's going on, everybody? I'm EJ. I will be your master of ceremonies for pretty much the entirety of the stream. Starship is currently scheduled to launch at 6:45 Eastern Time. Yeah, 6:45 Eastern, right? It was 5:45 Central. So we're about 3 hours and 45 minutes out. So just gonna chill. We're gonna watch some rockets. It's gonna be a good time. It's gonna be a good time. What's going on, YouTube chat? How you doing? Twitch chat was already going. We've been already streaming various activities throughout the day. I have to burp because I just ate that sandwich way too quickly. So this is a live shot courtesy of our buddies over at NASA Spaceflight, which is, they're still doing the stakeout stream here, but they won't be doing it for much longer. But you can see the box fan is going, which means that that's basically the refrigerator to keep the propellants cold. And they're keeping the propellants cold for this thing right here. That is ship serial number 40 and booster serial number 20, poised on the pad for the 13th flight. Weather seems to be cooperating, Xanax. Like, I don't want to jinx anything. I too have a box fan going. Yeah. Let's get ready to rumble. Who's this? Who's Jack Burton? Me. Nice. All right, so how you guys doing? How you guys feeling? As a reminder, we also have, just real quick, let me go over to next space flight. We have a Falcon 9 launch in 90 minutes. So we're going to talk about Starship, pop into the Trans 1 Transport Layer E launch, which is a Space Force mission, Space Force Space Development Agency, technically, in the Proliferated Warfighter Space Architecture, which there's a lot of words for saying we don't want you to know what it is. It's going to be flying out of, hold on. Where are we going out of? Yeah, Vandenberg, Slick 4 East, I should say. What are you most excited for on this flight? Multiple angles of Starship, on orbit. Hey, Vargon, I'm doing good. I was not having a good day yesterday. Finally got to me. Battlefield put me over the edge. I was just like, I need to go sleep. Bye. I'm good today now. I'm good today now, though, because we have a Starship launch. Are we French? Flange? Yeah, you raged hard. Chuck, you know what it was, dude? You know what got me yesterday? I wasn't raging because I was doing bad. I was actually doing kind of okay at the time. Raging because, like, mine's not in it, dude. I got annoyed with myself that I wasn't giving you the best Battlefield content that I could. I was dogging it. Not by choice. I just had such a crappy day yesterday, you know? We're going to be able to see it from the ISS. The ISS will be passing over, but it's 20 minutes before the launch. So they might, 20 minutes before the launch is when they'll have the right angle to see it. But, yeah, we might get some pictures. Get good. Yeah, I'm working on it. How's the office doing today? Office is doing well. I just swept the shop, like, to make sure there's no water around. I did see a field mouse, though, in the shop, which was not cool. I need to go get some mouse traps, but that's a tomorrow EJ problem. Yep, need to go get more mouse traps. Like I said, that's tomorrow EJ problem. Shop cat adoption when? It's not a bad idea. You made him homeless. It is kind of my fault, yes. I have the pellet gun already, but I'm not shooting a pellet in here where there's monitors and potentially delicate equipment. But yeah, office is doing good. No leaks. No swimming pool, which is great. Train it to eat the rust. Train the mouse to eat the rust? Hmm. Hmm. Do you guys have smoke from the wildfires over here? Yes. It's not too bad today, but yesterday was unbearable. I didn't go outside. And the only time I went outside was to come up here. Lot of things in here don't react well to bullets.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Yesterday, the sky was orange, green, and yellow. It looked like we were on the surface of Venus. Today isn't so bad, but it's coming back. So that's going to be fun.
This is space. I'm in space.
But anyway, you know. Hey, Finhat Astro, what's going on, man? Thank you for gifting 2 subs. Admiral Bourne had an 82-month resub in there, and then Gary had a 97 months when I was recycling the stream. Yeah, saw the tall ships in Boston. Yeah, heck yeah, man. What's that thing behind you? Spaceship. It's a spaceship, Ruby. Would be cool to use my channel points to play the bubble wrap soundbite. Copy. Noted. Today's straight great for you, no visible sun. Yeah, that means it's coming to me. Predictions on the SpaceX stock. Well, last time I checked, I think I'm out $20.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm going to go ahead and guess that this is people probably shorting SpaceX before the launch. Hey, James, what's going on? Hey, Fish, 15-month resub. What's going on, buddy? How are you? Yeah, it's not doing well. But we'll see. Yeah, I have 1 share in SpaceX. I bought in at 150. So like right on this diagonal right there. Like right here is when I bought in. And I was making money for a little while, and then I wasn't making money. And now I'm really not making money. We're down about $20. It's most likely going to go up after the flight. We'll see. It's also people from the IPO that have lockouts expiring. No lockouts are scheduled to expire until August, from what I understand, Dante's. But I'm not the biggest finance guy, so I don't know if you are either. So you might be right. Do you think we'll ever see footage from a Starlink camera satellite during the first portions of reentry? Well, if Starship does the reentry burn, Magic Hut, it's unlikely. But you never know. SpaceX does surprise. You know, they do surprise us. How do you buy 1 share? Seriously, I don't do much of that stuff. Brimo and I bought it through Robinhood, I believe. Should you invest in SpaceX? That's your decision, Bird Turd, not mine, dude. Also, hey, it's fun talking with the NSF in the NSF chat, dude. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I'm not going to give you guys investment advice. Like, it's not investment advice. This is my personal opinion. Look, there's obviously going to be a bunch of employees that cash out their stocks, right? They're not allowed to. There's a grace period between the initial public offering and when the employees of SpaceX that have vested stock can cash out. And it will undoubtedly happen. It's going to happen pretty much every 3 months for a little while. It undoubtedly will happen. There's most likely going to be a lot of people that hold. But it will go down. Guys, employees selling stocks aside, new IPO aside, I don't really see SpaceX being like, is this going to go down to $5 a share? Probably not. Probably not. I mean, maybe. Nothing is out of the realm of possibility, right? Like, but if I had to, once again, this is not investment advice. This is just me saying what I think. Okay. Don't invest based off of what I said here. It's up to you, not me. There are many people out there that know way more about this than I do. I would guess that SpaceX is probably something for long duration investments, like Tesla. Tesla would be a good example of this. Hey, Curtis, what's up, man? Yeah, I was talking with you over there too. I answered a couple of your questions on the stream. Why didn't we get any of their footage from the Dodger Dog's last flight, do you think? I don't think they want people seeing the thermal protection system, Curtis, but who knows? Maybe they'll show more. They're deploying, so six of the satellites that they have, 6 of the satellites out of the 20 Starlinks that are on board have the camera optics packages. So I'm going to go ahead and guess that we probably are going to get more views, and maybe we didn't get a view last time, not necessarily because they don't want people seeing the TPS, but maybe it's just because that was a test, so they deployed it straight up, but we don't know for sure. Yeah, Caddy, you always want to buy the dip, right? Always want to buy that dip. But, I mean, you know, we're going to just be kind of logical about it. I mean, look at the hardware. This isn't going away. This isn't going away. If anything, they're ramping up. You know? So, yeah, buy low, sell high. That is the investment advice I'll give you, you know, and that's about it. But that's like saying, you know, when you're doing taxes, make sure to use addition. It's like, yes, I can add things together. Nuclear, your issue with that is that it's not just SpaceX, it's everything else as well. And speculation on one aspect affects the stock price for the entire company. It's not like Samsung that is a separate company for everything. I do believe X.AI was spun off into a subdivision of SpaceX called SpaceX AI. I do believe, but don't quote me on that one. I thought I read that. I may have dreamt it. I don't know. Hey, who farted? Where did all this methane come from? It came from the Netherlands. What are you doing? You have too many cows. Hey, man, it's your fault. Someone got to make that Gouda cheese. Oh God, I let everybody steer me into a conversation on the NSF Stakeout stream talking about cheese. Man, I was like, yep, don't want to talk about this no more. All right, I'm changing the subject. Let me go back to the support queue. Hey. Yeah, James, you think that's the right thing? Yeah.
Oh, this is Space.
Hey,
I'm in space.
Finn, 5 more, dude? Oh, come on. You're too generous. Excuse me, when's Starpipe? Soon. Can't have a steak out without cheese. I did have a steak and cheese for lunch, so that does make sense. Sport Q's used all the time to change topics. Great way. And that NSF chat over there did keep that support queue real busy. I couldn't keep up with it, dude. SpaceX to the moon. Diamond hands, bro. Diamond hands. Got to spread the love for launch day. Thanks, man. I certainly appreciate that. It's getting a little warm in here, so I'm going to turn the temperature down. Parmesan is the supreme cheese. You'll get no argument from me, man.
Oh, this is Space. I'm in space.
Oh no. Not oh no. Hey, gifted 20. Thank you very much. Jeez, thank you very much, oh no. I appreciate you, dude. Tangentially related to Brownsville. What do we got here? It never fails with an NSF when an NSF streams a food conversation. They will always derail things. Yeah. Today, we're proud to announce the home of Port Alpha in Brownsville. Our next generation shipyard moves from vision to reality through a planned investment of more than $3 billion to establish one of the world's most advanced shipyards. Built for software-defined shipbuilding and autonomous maritime systems. Huh. Really? Graphic Geek gifted 100 bits, and then Kickning, what's up, dude? 100 bits, thank you very much. And then over there on the YouTube chat, Kerbal Guy with the $10 super chat. Fingers crossed we make it off the pad today. Thank you, EJ, for all the great coverage. Here's a bit of beer money. You guys have given me enough beer money. I have enough. Oh, no, that's Knicking? Is that Kickning? There was a viewer in here that was Kickning05. Wondering if you're the same person. If not, welcome to the stream. You'll like it here if you like space or ships. You know. My name's EJ. I talk to people about rockets and trains and factories and cars and planes and tanks. I think we covered the spread there. Yeah. Congrats to all the Twitch lottery winners of the subs. Twitch selected you
This is
for
Space.
being a
I'm in space.
cutie and supporting EJ. Thanks for being here and being excellent viewers. Finn again?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Canagam 93 with the 2-month resub. Damn, man, you guys are going off. And a Google Earth enjoyer. Yes, yes. Very big Google Earth enjoyer. Is this the launch and rocket review? No, this is straight Starship coverage. Automobiles? Yes. And movie quotes, yep. You won 150 quid on a free bet on the England game yesterday. You didn't choose poorly. 150 quid, though. Nice. I just had that feeling, man. So if you're watching this on the VOD, this is the day after England screwed the pooch versus Argentina in the World Cup. And they did screw the pooch. That was their game to win or lose. It's a very English way of going out. And Rust Connoisseur, that's right. Are you a GeoGuessr enjoyer too? I do like GeoGuessr, Bird. I'm pretty damn good at it, yeah. Did they already launch? Ghost, we're about 3.5 hours out. Right now, what you're seeing is one of the perimeter helicopters that flies around and makes sure nobody's wandering onto the launch site, being refueled. Argentina's better than England. England likes to park the bus when they score. Yeah, Krasnu, I'm still new to this whole soccer football thing. Why would you park the bus when Lionel Messi is on the other team? Why are we doing this? Why are we? They went into prevent defense. Yeah, exactly, Jay. Why would you do that? That is by de facto giving Lionel Messi the ball. I would argue, and it's easy for me to say this in hindsight, I would argue that, the less time that guy has the soccer ball near him, the better. I mean, just food for thought. The WB-57 was up earlier today. I know. We've done this for years. Bringing on six defenders, meaning no more subs to bring on, and then we cannot do a single attack. Have you thought about, like, not doing that? Outdoorsman, I already got wildfire smoke. Yeah, I had it yesterday. It's going to come back, though. Hey, Jay Kronk, $5 super chat. Thank you very much. Yeah, I don't know, man. Do you think we might get a flyover of NASA? Yeah, I don't know, maybe. Anybody who can't do jack about it has thought about doing that. Yeah. Lionel Messi, the hero of Scotland. You guys hate each other. But you don't, but you do. It's kind of crazy. You don't, but you also do. Give me 1 second. My headset's timing out, and I don't want the sound to time out, so... There we go. Got our good old background noise here. It's Fox gifted 10 memberships. Thank you very much. Is this Starship V3?
Oh, this is Space. I'm in space.
Kana King. Gifted 5. You guys are going off. Thank you. I very much appreciate it. Oh, interesting, Bodojo. I see that link. So the roadblock is up. Guys, if you weren't following the NSF Stakeout stream a little bit earlier, roadblock is up. This is a Starship V3, so that's a version 3 booster and a version 3 ship. This is only the second flight of the version 3 booster and ship, and the second launch off of that pad right there. This pad is the other one that's next to it. So there's this pad and that pad. That's how it's not pad 1, 2, or AB. It's that pad. That one. See that one? This pad is over there. Hey, Kerlani, 131 month resub.
Oh, this is Space.
And again, dude? Oh, come on now. Got subs getting thrown left and right. This is ridiculous. And memberships over on YouTube. Thank you very much, guys. Was the integration last night a record? I don't know. I put down my headset, shut off my computers, and went to bed. I have no idea, dude. I was not doing well yesterday after the whole office flood thing. What pad is the one that blew up? That's Launch Complex 36. That's the New Glenn's pad. That's at a different launch site. This is down in Starbase, Texas, or Boca Chica. This is at the very, 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 very southern tip of Texas. Yep. So this, the booster that's flying today is Booster 20, and the ship that's flying today is, chopsticks were moving, is Booster 40. Hellfish, I've always said that SpaceX has been... Hey, why the heck not? What's up, man? Fingers crossed she goes. I agree. I've always said that it's going to start ramping up. The reason why we had a lot of downtime between Flight 11 and Flight 12 is because they were ramping. They basically refactored the entirety of Starship's design. I mean, Booster V3 might as well be a brand new design. Mary's Monsters with her raid. Goat explosion. What's going on? What the heck? What kind of raid is this? What is going on here? What is happening right now? Mary, who are you? I don't know you. Who you with? Who you with? No, what were you playing? I don't know if I know you. I'm EJ. How are you? Nobody's ever come into the stream from a raid and said goat explosion. That's pretty good. Best goat streamer in the universe? She has a farm of goats. Like We're not talking like in Goat Simulator, right? Like, are we like it's like actual goats, like the like that? Or real goats? Cool. What kind? Someone clip that. Go ahead. New sub sound. Kid you not? Sawyer isn't even here. He's hosting the stakeout stream. See, if we got chickens, you could stream them. I do not want chickens, lady. Mary's, you got my wife asking me to have a chicken farm. I don't want a chicken farm. It's not Minecraft. This ain't Scooby-Doo. Dairy ones called Toggenbergs. Nubians and Golden Guernseys. Oh, all right. Cool. Mary, I'm going to be 100% real with you. I know there's different types of goats, but I couldn't name one until now. Hey. And yeah, if you're coming in from that raid, you know, to speak what I do here, I'm all about learning things, particularly about rockets. I teach people about that big steel tube right there. It's pretty cool. Free eggs, do it. No. I mean, you come here and maintain it then, farm boy. I ain't doing that. Will you be covering the T1 TLE in an hour? Yes, Meep. Yes, I will. Anyway, guys, if you like goat farming, Mary's Milk Monsters came in and raided over on Twitch. Yo, bots, can we get a shout out there?
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
For Bremo's Chicken Farm.
Don't. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm putting my foot down. I'm not doing that. Bremo, you want a chicken farm, it's yours. You maintain it yourself. I have a car farm that I'm already having trouble maintaining, okay? I grow farm fresh homemade Dodges and Fords. See? Where this is the car coupe, right? And that's it's farm fresh. Or no, factory fresh? It's free range. Right? Free range 4x4s. And Camaros. Yeah. Farm fresh rust. And see, that's not a joke, outdoorsman. That already exists. Everything on a farm rusts. Even I know that. I'm a city slicker and I know that. How about a goose farm? That tracks well with the Carcane. Grind hard plumbing. No, I'm good. Your e-bike looks the same right now because it was half taken apart for welding. Yeah, Mary. Yeah, you know, my car is half taken apart for welding too. It's just, yeah. We had to vaccinate the car against rust cancer. And unfortunately, there was a lot of amputations. But, you know, we'll graft new limbs onto it. It will buff out. Some of that rust was not going to buff out. I'm not going to lie to you. You should be growing Chevys. No. You have an arc welder, so you weld over the rust. I have a welder that can do arc welding. I have a Lincoln 180. It's a MIG welder. But you could do stick welding with it if you really want to. I don't. I can MIG weld, and that's good. That's good. It's fine. You should test the airbags next. On the car? Bro, it's from the 60s. That car don't have airbags. No airbags. We die like real men. I do have safety cognizant, though, and it turns out in 69, for Dodge Coronets, you could buy a not just a lap belt, you could buy an over-the-shoulder belt for it. It was a factory option. They do make repops of those because I'm not using 50-year-old seat belts in the car that I just restored. So, we will get a lap belt. See, I'm just like the pinnacle of safety. Look, if it wasn't for your Camaro, I would have not bought the F-350, the glorious blue F-350 that everybody seems to love. I love it. You don't, because you're not here. Now, we'll make time, or not. Gotta get her running. With the steering wheel through the throat? Oh, I'm probably gonna put a collapsible in it, guys. We have to, because it's on the column shift. Can't have that with an 8-speed transmission. There's not enough shifts. So I will most likely be going and getting an I-did-it collapsible column, so I don't get shish kebabbed if we get into a head-on collision. Yeah, that would be bad. Hello from Scotland. Dr. Marble, how are you doing, mate? I hope you're doing real good. I just recently came into an encounter with lots of Scotsmen, because I live in Boston. There's a lot of you around here. Yeah, no, I got to hang out with some Tartan Army guys. That was a pretty fun guy. That was a pretty fun time. Pretty fun guys, dudes. Sorry, brain moved too fast there. Does it even have power steering? It has power steering, Finn, yes. That one does. That was an option in 69. So, like, a good way to think about cars, like in the 60s, is that everything was a la carte. So, power steering was an option. Power windows was an option. Radio was an option. You know, better brakes was an option. Bigger engine or better transmission was an option. Like, you could option out anything. It's... You know what? How cars worked in the 60s is kind of how Tesla works now. With Tesla, you spec out the car that you want on the website, and then they make it for you. That's how Detroit worked in the 60s, which I would argue that is a really good way to do things, and we should still do that. But yeah, even seatbelts up until 1967 were optional. Yeah, seatbelts were sold as an additional safety feature and mandatory in 1967. Yep. Lurk, gonna get some lunch. All right, Mary. Hey, thank you very much for the raid. I'm gonna give you a follow. I want to see some goat farming. That's awesome. Never know who you're gonna pop into or run into on Twitch nowadays. It's cool, man. There's all kinds of cool stuff. Have you heard of Slate? Yes, I know what Slate is. I'm mixed about them. I'm wondering how Slate is going to scale when they bought a like 50,000 square foot paper factory. I'm genuinely wondering. You like Clarkson's Farm? Yes. Even though I'm from the city, I do. Clarkson's Farm is cool, and it made me like farming. Farming seems like it's a lot of work, but I was about to say it seems like a good time. It seems like a lot of work. But, you know, that for some reason, that ticks all the boxes in my head. She also has a second channel with the baby goats 24/7. Really, Deadbringer? All right, cool. Cool. All right. Well, Mary, go lurk. Enjoy your lunch. Can confirm a lot of work, but unlimited mac and cheese. Trade-offs. You know, we talk about rockets here, Mary. There's oftentimes trade-offs, right? You can't have your cake and eat it too, right? But there's a good trade-off. Goat farming is a lot of work, but also unlimited mac and cheese. It's science. Bird Turd, you're a farmer? Right on, man. Farming seems... Like I said, I grew up in the suburbs, guys. Like, not like... the suburbs, like where the houses are spread apart, like the suburbs, like there's a house on either side that's maybe 10 feet away, like densely packed suburbs, like right on the line of where like it's, you know, urban on one side and residential on the other, right? And yeah, farming was an abstract concept to me for a long time, but it ticks the boxes for some reason. I want to say it looks like a lot of fun, but I think a better way to say it based off of what I've seen, and you guys tell me if this is a good observation, it seems like it's very rewarding work, but it is a lot of work. Kind of like streaming. Streaming, you got to put in long hours. There have been streams where I don't make a dime. But then again, there are streams like right now where everybody's, gifting subs left and right, and I do appreciate every minute of it. But yeah, it ticks the boxes in my head for some reason. Outdoorsman, you work on your cousin's farms all in western Wisconsin, all dairy stuff. You don't make any sense. Thank you. You come to Kansas and see the farms here and go to the Cosmosphere. I was in Wichita a little earlier this year, Bird. I didn't go out and see the farms, but I was at Beach. I hosted the AIAA Design Build Fly event out there, which was pretty
Discovery.
cool. Yo, Gabe, what's up, man? 131. The skies around here all during the day are creepy, but the sunsets are nice. For real, dude. Long time no see, man. How you doing? It's not free range until it can move under its own power. Crafty with 100 bits. Thanks for that. Appreciate you. Yeah, the Cosmosphere is very underrated, Bird Turd, from what I've been told. The locals down there were very adamant about that place. Hey, Ando. How you doing? I just want to live the astronaut farmer movie. I'll be honest with you, dudes. Okay. My house in Massachusetts, so it's Massachusetts, eastern Massachusetts, let me put it that way. Some of the most, it's not the most densely populated around, but it's pretty densely packed up in here, even out in the woods, so to speak, right? I have an acre. We have an acre of land. And I'm like, I walk into my backyard, I'm like, that's a lot of grass. Dude, like, owning like 1,000-acre farm is something that just doesn't register in my mind. I'm like, wait, what? What do you mean your land goes to the horizon? What does that mean? What does that mean? But I can appreciate that. I think that's cool. Your brain is mush after a month of nonstop vibe coding with AI. How are you? My brain's just mush. Because Brimo almost died. Yeah, yeah. My brain's just mush, but, at least you have a good excuse. No, I'm not kidding. I'm saying this to cope. Yeah, not handling it very well, but I'm trying. No, not again. She's okay now. We're good. Yeah. Hey, Brandon, gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Gabe, you're hanging in there, still dealing with the after effects of the bone marrow transplant 5 years later. Better than not being here to see rockets. Based. You sure as heck have a good excuse. Yeah. That's why I can't keep my cool when we play Battlefield or when we race or when we literally do anything. I like, my brain is paced, dude. But yeah, no, I'm getting there. We're getting back to it. I have good days and bad days. Just powering through it, man. No, I'm really not. Trying to power through it makes it worse. That's what I've figured out. Like, dealing with traumatic experiences. You just got to take it day by day. It gets better over time. And you don't know how long that's going to be. And that's what really, really sucks. Anyway. Swear jar for tomorrow evening. Yeah. Hey, Thadam. Welcome to Mission Control. Your go at throttle up. Thanks, buddy. All right, Ernok. Yeah. Cool. You have 3 acres here, but access to a lot more since the neighborhood surrounds the runway. Flying community. Nice. Can you post the Discord link? Sure, Josh. Yeah, absolutely. I think that'll do it. Give it a second. Yeah, there it goes. He'll whine about the smell. I lived in the city, implying it doesn't smell like trash. Like, come on now. Last. What's on your damn Scottish mind, mate? I like how Australians talk about owning a small farm. Said farm is about the size of my state. Yeah, I know. It's not just Australians, dude. Out in the middle of the country, people have farms that are, yeah, as big as some small states. Absolutely. The farmland out there is crazy. Like, it's crazy. Jared Isaacman just donated
this is Space.
$500,000 to the Astronaut Scholarship Foundation. Cool. Intaris, hey! Gifted 5 subs. Thank you. Is Jared flying in today? I'd keep an eye on ADSB, see if there's any T-38s or F-5s flying around. Does the SpaceX stream start 30 minutes before? I do believe so, yes. It might... In the past, it's been an hour out, Trey, but I think 30 minutes this time. I'll check. Let's take a
Discovery,
look.
go at throttle up.
Boop. Yep, 30 minutes. Hey, Blue Adder. 53-month resub. Thank you. There are 19 cattle ranches in Australia that are larger than Rhode Island. I'd believe that. Oh, yeah, one blade of grass grows every 100 miles. Yeah. Meanwhile, I live in a country that is the size of your tiny state. Yep. Yeah, Jock, I live in one of the smallest states out of the 50. In fact, there's a couple of states I think that are smaller. Rhode Island, smaller. Delaware is smaller.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I want to say New Hampshire and Vermont are smaller too, and that's about it. Out of 50, I can name smaller states with one hand. I don't think Connecticut is smaller. It might be. Not by much, though. Jersey is smaller. Okay, so we're at 5. That's good. Is Hawaii close? Hawaii... I am closer to the United Kingdom than I am to Hawaii, believe it or not. I'd rather live somewhere where they don't pack people so tightly. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's what I mean, Ando. Like, I'm from the city. I have an acre. I think an acre is great. I got plenty of space. But, yeah, man. I can't imagine owning 100 acres, let alone 1,000. Some farms out in the center of the country, easily 2,000-3,000 acres, no problem. That's a small farm out there. That's a huge farm here. Rhode Island, Delaware, Connecticut, New Jersey, New Hampshire, Vermont. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Dude, if I had 100 acres, I wouldn't even know what to do. I would be like, that's cool. What do I do with all this? My mind would immediately just default to build a racetrack. Just build a dirt track. Dirt track. Give me the road grader and a bulldozer. Let's go. The Starship looks cool. Looks way better than the other rocket. You don't like Blue's rocket, Johnny? I think New Glenn's a good little rocket for what it is. It ain't little either. Car storage and you know it. No. No. A runway. That too, Doom, right? Like, yeah, grab that. It'd be cool. Still have to build that tunnel between the garage and the house. Oh, man, I was hoping you guys forgot about that. Number 7 on the list. Yeah, my state is very small. Massachusetts is smaller than a lot of European countries. Like, this is tiny. It was a tiny little state. Relive my summer car. Yeah, Wafer, that's a good idea. We get 100 acres. We build a 1-to-1 scale replica of Perry Harvey. That's an awful idea. I do not want to do that. Those words came out of my mouth, and it seemed like a good idea at the time, but I definitely don't want to do that. Nope. No, I don't want to do that at all. Yeah, I don't want to do that at all. Satana. Have you ever heard of the Wilzig Racing Manor? It's a track that a rich guy built in his backyard in New York, and it's just over the border. No, I haven't heard of that. I'll go look. Hey, Spoon. Happy launch day. Looks clearer down here than it does up there. Yeah, I know, right? I got some of that yesterday, Spoon. It looked like Venus. It's happening today. 3 hours out, dude. Actually, yeah, so we have 100 acres, dudes. If I have 100 acres, I'm going to assume that I have some change, right? I don't know if you guys have ever seen, and this is the train tangent for the day. We'll get back to Starship, don't worry. In Pueblo, Colorado, which is out in the middle of the US, in Pueblo, there is the train testing facility, the federal train testing facility. It is quite actually a model railroad. There it is. It's a model railroad, but with real trains. Look, it's a model railroad layout, but it's with real trains. You know, with a high-speed loop for testing high-speed rail for testing high-speed rail. And then, yeah, you got a bunch of switches. You got a couple of yards. Yep. Yeah. See, that I'd do that. Just, and then I'd have a racetrack and a runway like in that. Yep. Yeah. You know, I wouldn't tell people that I won the lottery, but there would be signs. High-speed rail, so like 40 miles an hour. No. Our high-speed rail goes 120. I fully understand that that's still not very fast. Okay? Sure, Fluffy, yeah. It's that close to Antonito. Not sure. 120 miles an hour. 120 for how long? Like 3 miles? It's more like 50 or 60 out of the high-speed rail line that it takes. That's probably 1,000 miles long. You know. Hey, it's just high. It just said high-speed rail. It doesn't say how long it needs to be going high-speed. It just says high-speed rail, all right? Read the fine print next time. What's the objective of the Starship launch today? It's going to be a repeat of Flight 12, Johnny, all right? So, honestly, get up and come back down. No booster catch today, but a pinpoint splashdown, a pinpoint landing and splashdown is what they're aiming for. And then Starship has 20 Starlink V3, real V3 satellites on board. It will hopefully get up into space, not orbital, just below orbital velocity, deploy those 20 Starlink satellites, have the Starlink satellites connect, and then do a deorbit burn and pinpoint landing off the western coast of Australia in the Indian Ocean. Now, little word on the payload. There's 20 Starlink V3s, like I said. 6 of them have a camera optics package. And when they deploy, we should be able to get pictures, third-person pictures of Starship on orbit if everything goes right. It's high speed for cargo trains. No, Trey. Pueblo is a federal facility where they test Amtrak locomotives nowadays. Yeah, Jock, I know. You have the ITSE. Yeah. The satellites will not remain in orbit, Mikey. They will be deployed on a suborbital trajectory. SpaceX is just testing to make sure that they can handshake with the Starlink network, establish a connection, and relay some signal in the, roughly 45 to 50 minutes that they'll be working, and then they'll burn up. So yeah, there's your mission overview. We're currently just inside of 3 hours here. 2 hour 56 minutes, 22 seconds. What? 120 being high speed for passengers? Yeah, freight trains don't go 120, Trey. Freight trains will top out 70, 80 miles an hour, which is pretty crazy considering. But yeah, even then, bigger freight trains rarely go that fast. But they could top out about 70. That's really the upper. I wouldn't want to go any faster in a freight locomotive than that. Oh, that's cool, Drew. Just read Japan's new maglev train approved for construction, 310 miles an hour from Tokyo to Nagoya. That's pretty impressive. There is a tanker truck coming from the pad, going past the checkpoint. That truck is leaving, and I believe it said 1977 on the side. So 1977 is the indicator code for liquid nitrogen. Or no, methane? No, it's nitrogen. No, it's got to be Urbol. Why did I blank on... See, this is what I mean about me not being as sharp as I usually am. I usually know the UN numbers cold. Because they're all cold propellants. But, yeah, now I'm blanking. Confirmed, liquid nitrogen. Just look it up. Yeah, 1073 is liquid oxygen. I forget what methane is now. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head without looking it up. What the heck is wrong with the back of that Cybertruck? Does that Cybertruck have a Carolina squat? It does. I hate it. I hate it a lot. I think it might be broken. Ugh. 1972. Thank you. The Cyber Squat. That sounds gross. $1972 for LPG, 71 for compressed gas. Thank you, Eliana. I appreciate it. Yeah. Correct me, guys. I'm usually... So, this is going to sound ridiculous, especially if this is the first time you've watched me stream before. I'm usually really sharp about this, but, yeah. Going through some real life stuff, so I'm not on my game as good as I usually am. But... I'll still try to bring you the best coverage that I possibly can and best commentary around. Yeah, Graham, that's probably a good idea. Gotta say, you sound great today. Whatever you did, do more of it. I got sleep, Bob, but yeah. Like yesterday, dudes, I was not having a good day. I was trying my best to put on a brave face, and dude, it wasn't even enough to be relevant in Battlefield. Like, I couldn't play. Wasn't even getting mad. I was just like, you know? Yeah, but you've not been as sharp as usual for like 1.5 years. Had a pretty bad mania last year. Yeah, dude, it happens. Yeah, I basically went to sleep. I stopped the stream and just went and lied down. Yeah, Eric, I wouldn't take a freight train up to 70 miles an hour. It's like, if you're carrying 1,000 tons of cargo at 70 miles an hour, there's enough kinetic energy there to cause some real damage if you don't know what you're doing. When are you going back to the NSF stream? I'm not. I'm here for the rest of the day. Oh, nice, Bob. There you go. I'll carry you across the maps if you're exhausted. BF6 for the after hours tomorrow? Maybe, I don't know. Lego, hello. I got to see my first P8 Poseidon and 747 yesterday. Nice. All right. Chew 3PO. Chewbacca is C3PO with a raid there? Did I see that right? Yeah. Oh, all right. All right. That's cool. All right. Star Wars and stuff, man. P8 is gorgeous. You love the spicy 737. Good. All right. Heck yeah, man. Thanks for the raid. What were you up to? In Spade, they hot-rodded a normal train with more engines, and it didn't end up okay. If you want to check out, it's the Engroys accident, but don't put it on stream. No, I won't. You were playing World of Tanks? Right on. What tank were you using? This is important, because I'm going to judge you. I'm going to judge you if you give the wrong answer. You like F1? I've been following Formula One since 1996. My dad showed it to me when I was very young. With that being said, I have not watched. I watched one race this season because it's a clown show. I like watching F1, not the circus. In Blitz, you're using the Churchill? Churchill 7? Okay. Good answer. Good answer. Yeah, Bertrand, I like Formula One. I find myself watching more NASCAR lately, but then again, I haven't really been watching a lot of racing, period. I watch Indy too. Yeah, oh yeah. I like all, dude, I like car racing. I like sports, man. Like, I don't know how I got the, my character got spec'd up. That's a black screen because they wrapped. Let's switch over to Starbase Live.
This is Space. I'm in
Bob
space.
gifted 5 subs. Thank you very much. The NSF's video player is not happy today. Q3PO. I turned 50 years age on the 28th, and I do not know if I'm ready for it. You got 12 years on me. I turned 38 on the 5th, and I'm like, Bob gifting 5. British tanks are the best tanks. No, not really. What is the distance to the pad in the background? Well, that camera's north. That was the north camera. So, I don't know, 2 or 3 miles away. So about 3 to 4 kilometers, somewhere in there. You turned 35 on Hiroshima Day. That sucks. Yeah, I got news. I've come a long way since quitting Best Buy. I was in another, dude, that might as well have been another life, man. That was another life. That was a lifetime ago. Think your Red Sox will have a better second half? Buck, ever since they swept the Yankees, they've been playing like a team again. We'll see how it goes coming off the All-Star break. Andromeda, you share your birthday with Herman Goring? All right, that's a great party fact, I guess. All right. Jesus. Okay. That's a fact. that is a fact of all time. Eliana, your birthday's September 11th. Anybody have a December 7th birthday? Why don't we just throw Pearl Harbor birthdays in here while we're at it? Honestly, after Miami, where they adjusted how much they can recharge per lap, it's not been nearly as bad. Bird, Birdturd, I hate admitting this, but I don't think this is too ridiculously controversial to say. I've been a Formula One fan for a long time. I remember the V10 era. I remember the V8 era. I saw the V8 cars race when you needed earplugs if you were in the stands. You don't need earplugs with the cars nowadays. This racing is trash compared to the V10 era. And I know what people are going to say. Well, the V10 era didn't have a lot of passing in it, EJ. I don't care. I don't care. Formula One's about going balls to the wall, on the limit for the longest period of time, and see who comes out on top. Who can drive the piss out of that car for the longest? Driving it to the ragged edge. No fuel-saving bull crap. No tire-saving bull crap. No battery-saving bull crap. That is all fake. That's performative. It's like Formula One nowadays is like watching WWE versus watching boxing. Like, Formula One in the 80s is like Tyson in his prime versus like Formula One now, which is like Tyson versus Jake Paul. No. I'm sorry. I feel very strongly about this. I don't know if you could tell. Trey, you're just a little baby. Interesting. You share a birthday with the Constitution. Nice. Lev, you just discovered what the Carolina squad is. Thanks, EJ. And now I have a new thing to hate. Lev, have you ever seen maggots? Like, I'm not talking like a euphemism for somebody, like actual maggots, like larvae, like bug larvae, and been repulsed by it? That is a normal reaction to look at maggots and be like, oh, what the heck? Congratulations, you have had a normal reaction to a squatted truck. Congratulations! No, Colonel Sanders, you're wrong. Mom is right. No, I am not wrong about squatted trucks. That's just, bro. Stop. Okay. We got an update from SpaceX, but it's not about Starship, but it is about the Trans-1 transport layer. All systems are looking good, and weather is favorable for liftoff. Prop load is about to begin for Falcon 9's launch of the Semper Citidus, the Space Development Agency's third Tranche 1 data transport layer mission from California. Yeah, that should be going here in about a half hour. How come F1 bans so much innovation? I don't know. Helicopter. Here, let's turn that down and turn this up. There we go. Whoop. You should just pull the V10 cars out of retirement and do the upgrades that 20 years of development has brought to aero and internal combustion engines. Yep, agreed. Couple of problems. The cars are going too fast to be safe. That is a bullcrap coping mechanism that people came up with for you know who says the cars are going too fast to be safe? Losers. That's who says that. Losers say that. People that can't make a car go faster and be safe say that. That's why Formula One is the way that it is. And that is inherently the problem. Losers say that. You can go fast and you can be safe. It's doable. It's not mutually exclusive, and I refuse to believe otherwise. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Thank you. You're welcome. It's a racing series, though not the future of the auto industry. Yeah, but one of Formula One's business models is being an excuse to have unlimited research and development on a car, so you could figure out better ways to make cars that'll eventually find their way into the market. What about a modern Formula One car could be put on a regular car nowadays? Nothing. Nothing. What am I supposed to do with 7,400 channel points? Admire them? Stare at them? How do you have channel points? I thought I disabled those. Hey, Mario Master, thanks for the raid, dude. Last message from you. F1 needs to move to 18-cylinder radial engines. I don't think they need to do that, but yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, Nanas, there you go. We only disabled the ad gamble. Oh, remind me to just shut them off completely. I hate channel points. It's too distracting. Read my statement right after that one. That's old ideas that don't translate anymore. You know, you need to make internal combustion engines like really efficient to be able to crank 20,000 RPMs and make 1,000 horsepower, right? Like, you could say that screaming V12s are a thing of the past. I disagree. I think making a V12 will let auto manufacturers make better, smaller engines, if you really want my honest opinion. Just saying. Yeah, I don't need more reasons to be distracted, Jib. I am the distraction, all right? I am distractions incarnate, all right? I don't need the channel points on top of that. That's why I got rid of them. They were kind of convinced by the auto industry that EV was the future. Might get a laugh out of this. Bob, I don't want to play the loud engine video, but yes. Nice, Stevie. That's funny. Can Formula E be mainstream soon? Formula E just ain't the same, dude. I can't... I like Formula E. That's fine. That's cool. I don't watch it. But my thing with Formula E is that it bothers me because I know there's things that can go faster. Formula One's supposed to be the pinnacle. It's supposed to... Dude, there should be jet engines in these damn things. Like, there should be jet engines. There should be, like, 8-wheeled freaking cars. Where's my Tyrrell P34 or my Brabham BT46? Where's the fan car, baby? Where's the 6-wheeled car? Where's the car with a jet engine sticking out the back? Like, this should be like F-Zero. Formula E is not that. Like... Have you watched Goodwood? Yeah, of course. I get bits and pieces, John. I haven't sat down and watched it, but I follow a bunch of their socials, so I see all the cool stuff. I saw Lightning McQueen was there. That's pretty cool. It wasn't a jet engine, it was a vacuum fan. I know that the BT46 was not a jet engine. They did do an all-wheel drive Indy car in the 60s that was powered by a helicopter engine. Just saying. That's really good for a super speedway. Jet engine would be great. High RPMs for long periods of time. Great for a jet engine. Did you see Spearling going up the Goodwood track last year? No, I didn't. Tough one with Group B rules. Yes, that's what it should be. Carbon fiber monocoque, make with the halo. And not the biggest fan of halos. I think they look stupid, but safety features don't have to look good, right? And go from there, dude. Do you think your car will make it to Goodwood next year? What? That. No, it's overseas. Boom posted more photos of their turbine. Yeah, I saw it. Lower for downforce is such a great idea. There's a car you could buy that does this. Yep. You need to go to Goodwood. I would love to, dude. So this is one of the security perimeter helicopters here, since it's a private launching range. Private launch site. Is that the pilot? That's the pilot. Did the pilot just go take a piss behind that Cybertruck? All right. I don't think that guy knows that our camera is there, but all right, that's fine. Okay. So this is one of the security perimeter helicopters. This helicopter is down the road from this checkpoint. So, like, you see the checkpoint in the top left? You go down the road this way, that's where the copter is. This camera up there and this camera are actually on the same pole. They're just pointed in two different directions. Well, that's a better use for a Cybertruck. Wrecked. Great job on the stream earlier. Thanks, Chaz. Who's your favorite F1 driver? I will judge if you say the incorrect one. I'm a Ferrari fan. Schumacher, dude. Schumacher. It's not even close. Look at the talent that guy had to drive against. And then probably Senna right behind him. And then maybe Jim Clark right behind that. Who's my current favorite F1 driver? Leclerc, I guess. Senna is Schumacher's favorite driver. Yeah, because Schumacher isn't going to say he's the best driver around. Kubica. Hey, that's a great choice. You mean current? Yeah, I suppose Charles. Charles pretty good. Clip shows no pilot piss. Oh, alright. Thought it'd be funny. That's a shame. Charles crashes more than my copy of No Man's Sky. I don't really have a favorite driver, dude. I just root for Ferrari nowadays. My last driver that I followed specifically for being the driver and not necessarily the team was Kimi Räikkönen. I love Kimi. Antonelli's cool too, but you know, it's weirds me out when they say Kimi is doing this in the races, and I'm like, what? Oh, okay. You met Niki Lauda, human? Nice. That's cool. Helicopter spinning up that blade RPM. Pull the collective. Hand on the cyclic. Actually, it'd be this way, but all right. Engine is up. Engine throttled up. It's going to take off here in a second. So watch. If you watch the blades right there, when it takes off, you'll see the blades do this. They'll pitch. Wait for it. Here it comes. Yep, see? See the blades pitch down? You can see more of the top of the blade? That's the collective. That's how the helicopter goes up and down. Later! You follow Ferrari. Curtis, I've been a Ferrari fan since 96, dude. They sucked in 96 when I started watching. Then they were really good, and they've sucked since. So, you know, has its ups and downs. Mostly downs, but some ups too. I mean, once upon a time in Formula One, guys, the number of your car was the position that you came in the Drivers' Championship last season. When I started following Ferrari with my dad in the 90s, they were 27 and 28. So, not great. Daniel, never forget your AMP instructor explaining blade coning, and I watched it for the first time in person. Yep. I always admired Schumi's skill, but I never liked his personality. It's funny, I didn't like Schumacher when I first started following because he was too fast in that damn Benetton. Me and my dad used to hate it. We used to, like, okay, come on, blow the engine, blow the engine, blow the engine. And then, you know, he came to Ferrari, and I'm like, and what really, like, sealed the deal for me as a Schumacher fan is when he went and beat the snot out of David Coulthard at Spa in 97. Me and my dad watched that race live at, like, super early in the morning. I was like, I like this guy. This guy's good. He just went and punched punched Coulthard in the face. Kind of deserved it, to be honest with you. Yeah, Ian, there you go, man. But yeah, we're about 2:30 out here for Starship launch. People didn't like Dale. Dale in the 80s was rowdy, man. People didn't like Earnhardt in the 80s like the same way people didn't like Kyle Busch. Just saying. You ain't called the Intimidator for no reason. And people don't like Hocevar now because Hocevar puts a car anywhere he wants to. People don't like him. You see Bubba Wallace go and give him crap the other day? He's like, listen, kid, you gotta learn how to drive. There's a hierarchy here. And he was just like, yeah, okay, get away from me. I'm gonna go stream. Bye. Yeah, okay, you're right. Bye. Just gave him that Gen Z stare, you know what I mean? Just the... And then walked away. Hey, Ren, what's up? What are your thoughts on Shane Van Gisbergen? Guy can wheel. I liked him when he was in V8 Supercars, dude. Never do math on stream. 2 hour, 30 minute. What did I say? Did I say 2 minute, 30 seconds? Don't tell me I said 2 minute, 30 seconds. Please do. I said 2 minute and 30 seconds. 2 hours and 30 minutes. That's what I mean, man. My mind is just a piece of snot today. I don't want any more bull crap, especially from me. Type math in search, dude. It'd be nice if we were 2 minutes and 30 seconds away, but no. Nope. Hey, in 16 minutes we got Falcon 9. Does that help? I can board you a flight coming back from Chicago at 5:55. Does that help? Hi, I'm Earth. Have we met? Oh, well, I don't think so. Anyway, yeah, I like Formula One, dudes. If you're watching me for the first time, I've recently taken a liking to soccer, what you would call football, and I hate that I like it, but yeah, whatever. Watched almost every game in the World Cup. I don't like that. I don't like that that's another sport that I have to follow now. It's really, really annoying. But yeah, I like all kinds of stuff, man. Mostly mechanical things. Sports too, though. I gotta ask you what my boss asks me every day. What have you lost or broken today? You ever take, like, mac and cheese? Like, and stick your hand in mac and cheese and just... That is a good euphemism for my mind today. And if you've never done that, well, good for you. That means you are, in fact, a sane person. Flopping in the NBA is too much, but not in soccer. I don't like flopping at all. And I'll be honest, I'm probably not going to watch much soccer after the World Cup. I have no interest in MLS in any way, shape, or form. Sorry. You know, after this, I'll probably just go back to American football, baseball, hockey, and car racing. And then maybe check the highlight reel for the, check the standings for the Premier League, and that's about it. MLS is a joke. It's a joke. We were serious. We would have just we were serious about playing soccer. We just would have adopted FIFA rules, which apparently we were not serious about it. So actually the Belgium-USA game kind of proved that, didn't it? I'll see you close to the launch. All right, Bird, I'll be here. Can we talk about rockets and not racing or sports, please and thank you? Yeah, sure, Dratus. Of course. There's just not much action going on right now, dude. It's just a roadblock and stuff. We got Spa this weekend. That's cool. Yeah, that would stink, Baron. But anyway, we'll get back to rockets, dudes. So, 2 hour, almost did it again, 2 hour, 25 minute, 20 seconds here until Starship Flight 13. SpaceX will pick up the coverage here in a moment. Actually, not in a moment, in about 2 hours. Rockets are cool, but what about trains? We already talked about trains today. We already did that segment. I like the mac and cheese topic. Me too. Segway, drive shafts and rocket engines. Some rockets have transmissions on them. But, actually, Dratus, you want to talk about rockets? We can talk about rockets. That's a thing that we can do here when the Starlink mission pops up here. Or not Starlink, when the Tranche 1 Transport Layer E pops up here in a moment. Watch. Watch. This is a Space Development Agency, which is a U.S. government agency. Launch here, launching out of Vandenberg. Yeah, baby. Hey, Moto, 54-month resub. Thank you. Thanks for the great coverage today. You're very welcome. Now I'm curious, what rocket engine has a transmission? RL-10s, dude. RL-10, it's not a transmission. It is a gearbox, though. The RL-10s are driven by the thermal expansion and evaporation of hydrogen being used to cool the nozzle. So they run liquid hydrogen, which is really cold, through the cooling channels. They're brazed cooling channels in the nozzles on the RL-10. And that hydrogen evaporates because it starts tanking the heat. Hydrogen's actually a great heat conductor. So you get a crazy amount of expansion of gases and evaporation when you put the liquid hydrogen through the nozzles, right? It makes a lot of pressure. That pressure drives a turbine, right? Starship intro for a Falcon 9 mission? Question. That expanded hydrogen gas drives a turbine, and that turbine is on a drive shaft that is connected to a fluid impeller that pumps more hydrogen into the system. The gaseous hydrogen from the expander cycle is then dumped into the engine. It dumps into the injector plate. But on the hydrogen drive shaft, there's a gearbox. There's a gear. It's a reduction, or no, an increase. It increases the gear ratio. And the gear is attached to a liquid oxygen impeller. And that's what drives the liquid oxygen pump with an RL-10. So yes, RL-10s have a gearbox in them. Not a transmission necessarily. It's a transmission more in an aviation kind of naming scheme. But yeah, dude, RL-10s have gearboxes in them. So do LR-87s, Titan engines. Those have gearboxes in them. That's how they were able to get LR-87 back in the day to run on Hydrolox, Carolox, and hydrazine. Yeah. LR-87s are one of the only engines around where they could make it run on hypergolic propellants, liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen, and liquid oxygen and RP1. So hypergol, semi-cryogenic, and fully cryogenic. They did that by changing the gear ratio. LR-87s have a quick change gear ratio. It looks exactly like I've seen it up close. There's a stream of me seeing it up close. It looks exactly like a quick change rear end if you're into drag racing. The quick change with the two gears that are sticking out, LR-87s literally have that. It looks exactly the same. So you change the gear ratio between your two drive impellers, and you can make the rocket engine run off whatever, as long as you get your gear ratio right to get the right feed rates for the engine. Oh yeah. Source, I hugged one. I held the gears in my hand. The holding the gears in your hand part wasn't on stream, but hugging one was on stream. I've hugged a rocket engine. Have you hugged a rocket engine? A real one. Granted, it was a rocket engine for a Titan missile, but hey, whatever. Whatever, dude.
Now, weather is currently green with a 0% possibility of violation, and the only clouds around are the ones that we are making. Now, both the range and vehicle are also currently green, and we are on track for an on-time liftoff at 1:32 p.m. Pacific time. If for whatever reason we need to scrub, we do have a backup launch opportunity available tomorrow at 1:24 p.m. Pacific time. Also, at the request of our customer, we will not be showing any Stage 2 or payload deployment views, so our live mission coverage will end right after the first stage landing. So while that countdown continues, let's take a closer look at the launch vehicle supporting today's mission. The Falcon 9 rocket there on your screen is a two-stage rocket designed for the reliable and safe transportation of satellites, cargo, and people. Starting from the very top of the rocket is the payload fairing. That fairing is a protective shell that shields the payload from aerodynamic heating until the vehicle is outside of the Earth's atmosphere. The shape of the fairing contributes to Falcon 9's overall efficiency, helping to reduce drag during flight. Once in space, those two fairing halves will separate and return to Earth, where they will be retrieved by a Spacex recovery vessel to be refurbished and reused on future missions. And both halves of the fairing are flight-proven, with one side flying for its 6th time and the other for its 5th. Now, right below the fairing is Falcon 9's second stage, which features a single Merlin vacuum and good call out there.
Did I interrupt him?
It features a single Merlin vacuum or MVAC engine. And below the
Commentator
second
man,
stage
can
is
you
the
hear
black
me?
carbon fiber inner stage, and inside of that is where the MVAC engine is currently housed. And below that we have the first stage or booster, which very shortly will be fully loaded with about 1 million pounds of liquid oxygen and RP-1 rocket-grade kerosene. Now that first stage makes up the bottom 2/3 of the vehicle and has 9 Merlin M1D engines at the bottom, which generate more than 1.7 million pounds of thrust. And the booster supporting today's mission will be making its 4th flight today, after previously supporting the NROL 179 mission just last month, in addition to 2 Starlink missions. Now, about 2.5 minutes into flight, the first stage will separate and return to Earth, and today the booster is headed to SpaceX's drone ship, Of Course I Still Love You, which is currently stationed in the Pacific Ocean. So with just over 5 minutes to go, everything is on track for today's mission.
So guys, this isn't the Starship coverage. I want to point it out here that Starship is getting ready to launch in about 2 hours, 17 minutes, 25 seconds. But SpaceX also has their smaller workhorse rocket, Falcon 9, poised on their pad out in California. This is Vandenberg Space Force Base. This is pad Space Launch Complex 4
Discovery,
East,
go at throttle up.
or Slick 4E for short. This is a Trans 1 Transport Layer E. So, long story short, spy satellites. Well, warfighter support satellites would probably be the technical definition of what's going on here. This is a super secret squirrel mission. That's why we're not going to see the satellite deploy. What I can tell you is that wherever it's going to be a long duration mission. The second stage is going to stay up there for some time. See that gray ring right there? That is a thermal protection system for the liquid fuel on board the second stage to keep it from freezing. It actually is like a thermos. That thermal protection system means that the second stage is going to be up there for a little while. So whatever this mission is going to have a very long deployment cycle. We do know it's supporting the proliferated warfighter space architecture. So PWSA constellation. Do we know what that constellation does? No. Nope, no idea. Probably something with situational awareness on the battlefield, if I had to guess. Proliferated constellation, so low Earth orbit. So like almost skirting the atmosphere. Skirting the upper parts of the atmosphere. So we're talking like below 400 kilometers. And proliferated network means there's multiple satellites in the constellation. Or a lot of satellites. It's like a satellite swarm. That's what we do know. But as to what it does exactly, who knows? You know what? And honestly, if I knew, people would probably be knocking on my door right now. And they'd be like, "Hey, Jay, you ever seen one of these?" Be like, swamp gas reflected off of Venus or something. What does it do? You're on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know. But that we will get a booster landing here. As the announcer said, this is booster 1103. It's actually a newer Falcon 9. It's on its 4th flight. It last flew about 27 days ago on the NROL mission, a National Reconnaissance Office mission. The DoD likes to use their boosters for DoD things. What other missions has 1103 run? So NROL 179 and 2 Starlink missions. Cool. So this is launching south out of Vandenberg Space Force Base. Vandenberg Space Force Base is about 100 miles northwest, or about 160 kilometers northwest of Los Angeles. If you're looking at the continental United States, it's like the lower left corner, but above LA. No, Zoros, I don't know about that. In scenic Lompoc, California, that's right. That's odd. I wonder why they would need a long duration second stage for such a low orbit mission. VLEO question. For reasons, dude. For reasons. That's the ground gas closeout. We're 90 seconds out here from the...
And that refers to venting and closing out gaseous systems, such as
Tranche
topping off
1
tanks
transport layer
and
emission.
sealing vents to maintain pressure. And coming up in just a few moments at the T-minus 1 minute mark, we'll
That's
hear
an
that
NIR
call out that
camera.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
That looked like a near infrared camera. Okay, 1 minute. Starship.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
Falcon 9 should go into
And
startup.
there it is. Falcon 9 is now in startup. At this point, the autonomous flight computers have taken over the launch countdown, and stages 1 and 2 are pressurizing for launch. And we're just waiting on the final go, no-go from the launch director.
This is the MD. MD is go for launch.
Mission director reports go.
And the MD has given the
No,
final
Gleason,
go
it's a little
for
bit
today's
later.
mission. So let's sit back and watch as Falcon 9 takes the SDA Tranche 1 Launch 3 payload to space.
T-minus 3 seconds.
Okay. Now, once again, this is just the opening act for SpaceX today. This is a Falcon 9 launch, but Starship is going to be
T-minus 15 seconds.
in about 2 hour 13 from now. But for now, sit back. Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
T-minus 10,
Oh, dude.
9, 8, 7,
Enjoy the Falcon 9 mission.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Sound suppressor
1.
is on.
Ignition. And liftoff of Falcon 9. Go SpaceX, go SDA.
Got a good lift off.
Pitching downrange.
Tranche 1 Transport Layer E for the Space Development Agency. Let's take it to the skies above Lompoc, California.
And 1D chamber pressure nominal.
Power and telemetry call should be in the next 20 seconds.
At T plus 30 seconds and counting, Falcon 9 has successfully lifted off from Slick 4 East at Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. We're now throttling down the engines to prepare for max Q, which is the point of maximum aerodynamic pressure.
Power and telemetry nominal.
Next call
Bring
should be
a good
supersonic.
call out there for nominal telemetry. Now, max Q occurs when the combination of speed and air pressure puts the greatest stress on the vehicle.
Vehicle supersonic.
And then
There's that
maximum
call out that the
dynamic
vehicle
pressure.
is now supersonic, going faster than the speed of sound. We should be hearing that call out for max Q in just a few moments from now.
Max Q.
And there's that call out for max Q. Now, coming up next, we'll have a few events happening in quick succession, starting with MECO, followed by stage separation, and then SES-1. Main engine cutoff, or MECO, is where all 9 Merlin 1D engines shut down on the booster to slow the vehicle down in preparation for stage separation, which is where the first and second stages separate. Following this...
Impact chill.
And good call out there for MVAC
Big
chill.
shut
Now,
up.
following that, the MVAC engine on the second stage will light, which is called out
Man.
as second engine start 1 or SES-1. Now, this engine burn lasting several minutes will propel the second stage and the payload to orbit. And in addition to these major events, the fairing halves will separate about 50 seconds after SES-1. Now, as a reminder, we will not have any views of the Falcon 9 second stage or the payload at the request of our customer. Now, this series of events, again starting with MECO, is set to begin in just about 15 seconds from now.
This guy's doing all the talking for me. I don't need to say nothing. The engines are going to shut off here in a second, and the first stage is going to separate, second stage is going to ignite, and then you should hear the call for fairing separation sometime after that. MECO's main engine cutoff, meaning the 9 engines in the first stage will shut down, and it'll plop the second stage out.
Stage separation confirmed.
They're not going to show it, though.
Main engine cutoff.
You should... Yeah, oh, they did show it. All right, watch. So the upper stage is going to light. You should see a green flash.
Invac startup.
And there we
ignition.
heard that series of back-to-back callouts, which again were MECO, followed by
Reed.
stage separation,
don't.
and then SES-1. And coming up shortly, we should hear a callout for fairing separation, but as a reminder, we will not be showing it on screen.
Good shot of the Channel
As I mentioned
Islands
earlier,
there.
both of the payload fairing halves supporting today's mission are flight proven, with one half flying for its 6th time and the other for its 5th.
Guys, remember, somewhere down there, Catalina wine mixer is happening. It's the biggest helicopter sales meeting on the West Coast. A lot of people make bank there, bro. And drive Range Rovers.
To recap the mission so far, we had an on-time liftoff at 1:32 p.m. Pacific Time from Slick 4 East at Vandenberg Space Force Base in California, and had successful stage separation of our Falcon rocket. And we've got some wonderful views of the California coastline there on your screen. Now, up next will be the return of our Falcon 9 booster to Earth. In order to make its way back, the Falcon 9 first stage has 2 more burns it needs to execute. First up will be the entry burn, which helps to slow the stage down as it re-enters the upper part of the Earth's atmosphere.
Sorry.
And then following the entry burn shortly thereafter, the booster will initiate the landing burn, which will slow the vehicle down for a soft touchdown on our drone ship, Of Course I Still Love You, currently stationed in the Pacific Ocean. We're expecting that entry burn call out at around the T plus 6 minute and 23 second mark.
Catalina Island's actually under those clouds over there, for what it's worth. But...
Now, to start the entry burn, we'll be relighting 3 M1D engines, which is similar to pumping the brakes to slow down the vehicle as it passes back into Earth's atmosphere. We need to slow down the vehicle to reduce re-entry forces, which then helps us recover and reuse that first stage.
Seacracker, what's this payload?
Now, during the entry burn, Falcon 9 is
Super secret squirrel payload. We know it's a proliferated LEO, so it's a satellite constellation, but it's some type of satellite constellation for the Space Development Agency. So, actually, I know exactly what the satellites do. What they actually do. Are we good? Yeah, no, that sorry, I tried. They wouldn't let me. Somebody got the door? No, it's fine. So this is a shot looking up this is at the top of the first stage. The second stage engine was riding right there, and this is looking down the first stage here. They're going to get up to the entry burn now. This is actually my favorite part of the mission, for any Falcon 9 mission. Maybe except for the ones that have like people on board. So what Falcon 9 is going to do is it's going to fire its engines to slow itself down, but it's not just slowing itself down. Firing the engines here for Falcon 9 is actually going to prevent re-entry heating from accumulating on the sides of the vehicle and the bottom of the vehicle. They're going to use the gases coming out of the rocket engines to actually keep the rocket flying through a cooler column of gas, and that's actually going to prevent entry heating from frying the dang thing. They use the exhaust gases from the rocket as the heat shield. There it is.
On the Falcon 9 first stage. This burn is set to last about 26 seconds, and again is slowing down the vehicle in preparation for its final burn and landing.
Now, SpaceX always just says it's slowing down the vehicle. They never mention what those flames that you're seeing coming out of the bottom of the vehicle, that's actually the heat shield. If Falcon 9 didn't do this, it would burn up. It's the heat shield. They went from 1 engine to 3 engines, back to 1 engine, and then shut it off. It's called supersonic retropropulsion. It's an idea that was pioneered by NASA for entry, descent, and landing on Mars. Now, I know what you're thinking, like, this is Earth, this isn't Mars, right? But if you think about where Falcon 9 does this burn in the upper atmosphere, it does it in the upper atmosphere where the atmospheric density is very similar to the atmospheric density on Mars, and that's why it works. Interesting, right? Huh? Did you learn something? It's pretty cool. Now watch, the grid fins are going to do work to steer this thing back to the drone ship.
Shortly, just about 40 seconds from now, we'll have the start of the landing burn of the Falcon 9 first stage. And as I mentioned earlier, this is the final burn the booster will perform on today's mission, and it's used to reduce the remaining speed of the vehicle for a gentle and precise landing on our drone ship. Of course, I still love you.
Transonic.
This is the guy doing all
There's
the
that call out that stage 1 is now transonic.
Right.
We'll have a soft and gentle touchdown on our drone ship. Of course, I still love you.
Maxie,
Currently
is everything-
stationed in the Pacific
Everything
Ocean.
automated? Yep. This is all run by Falcon
And we should be hearing
9.exe.
that call out.
Stage 2 terminal guidance.
If you're into computers, no, Falcon does not use Windows. It uses a custom software stack that's Unix based. If anybody cares.
Stage 2 FTS is safe.
Okay, drone ship should be under the left grid fin. Should be able to see it now.
Stage 1 landing burn.
Okay, landing burn
And
has
there's
started.
that call out for the landing burn startup of our Falcon 9 booster.
It's Linux, not Unix. Sorry. Brain do not good things today. I said Unix. What the hell's
Stage
that?
one
It's not
landing leg
1997. Here we go. You can see the shadow of the booster coming down on the drone ship. Falcon 9's
Back shutdown.
on a single engine here. And
Stage 1 landing confirmed.
1103 lives to
And
fly another day,
successful
completing its
landing
fourth flight.
of our Falcon 9 rocket.
Nominal orbit insertion.
Got a good
And
call,
there's that call out for nominal
orbit
orbital
insertion.
insertion of the second stage. Now, as a reminder,
And to make sure that the deck of the drone ship doesn't melt, they spray water on it, if you're wondering. Yeah, that's to make sure that this doesn't catch on fire or melt or anything.
to a close. We'd like to thank the Space Development Agency for entrusting us with today's mission, as well as the Range and FAA.
That's a good question, Quag. Why don't they do that with Super Heavy? Well, Falcon 9's made out of aluminum lithium alloy. Doesn't like the heat very much. Starship, being made out of stainless steel, can tank the heat. You can put a lot more heat into steel than you can into aluminum. Super Heavy doesn't have to. It brute forces its way back down, which is crazy to me. Because, you know, it's brute forcing its way back down, but so are the Raptor 3s, which is frankly a ridiculous, like, conquest of material science. But yeah, if you notice, like, when Super Heavy does come back down on the, Flight 5, Flight 7, Flight 8, when we've seen it come back down, the bottom of the booster is glowing from so much heat being put into it. The other thing... Ow! Sorry about that. The other thing about Super Heavy or stainless steel with Starship is that it's not just being able to absorb the heat. It's about being able to flux the heat. Stainless steel can flux heat really, really fast, meaning it can move it. It can, the whole thing can absorb a lot of heat. You know, it'll spread it, right? Like, think about, like, if you just had regular steel and you put a blowtorch on the steel, it's going to heat up kind of locally. Stainless, because it's got another bunch of other types of cool, fun metals in there, can actually move it around. Aluminum flux heat very well. Aluminum's a better conductor of heat than steel is. However, aluminum can't tank a lot of heat. Right? Aluminum can't take a lot of heat. It'll melt before it, like, you can sink heat into it and you can get a lot of heat into the thing, but it'll melt like very, very quickly. That's why Falcon 9 does the supersonic retropropulsion and Super Heavy doesn't have to. The stainless steel can tank way more heat and it can move the heat around almost as good as aluminum. Yeah, you can smelt aluminum with a campfire. Like 327 Fahrenheit? It's not a lot. That's not a lot for metal. But aluminum is very, very strong, especially when it's cast, right? And it's really, really lightweight comparatively. But that's the reason why it melts, because it's really light. It's not very dense. Stainless steel, on the other hand, is steel. It's very dense, like me. Anyway, back over to Starship. So we're about 2 hours out. 2 hours and 35 seconds from the launch of Starship Flight Test 13. Yeah, not Sharpie hot. Yeah, they got to be sub Sharpie. Mm-hmm. You're 354 pounds. That is dense. Are you made out of steel, Chew3PO? I mean, C3PO I don't think was made out of steel. I think C3PO was made out of aluminum. Chewbacca, though. I don't know. Impossible to use ceramic for the landing platform? Well, you could use ceramic, random, but... So, interesting thing to think about with how SpaceX... So, like, that's a good thought, dude. But an interesting thing to think about with SpaceX and them flying rockets all the time is that you don't want the best solution for your like thermodynamics, right? You don't want the best solution here because the best solution is most likely expensive, right? So the drone ship, for instance, right? What's more expensive? Developing a doing material science development and building a ceramic landing pad that you can use a bajillion times? Or making it out of marine grade steel and using a fire hose and spraying water at it after the rocket lands? Which one of those is cheaper? Right? So yeah, you could pine for that. You could put your eggs into the development basket, right? And invent something that's super expensive to make, right? And could be reused indefinitely. But what SpaceX often opts to do is just do something that's good enough. Steel deck with a fire hose is fine. That'll work. Yeah, the fire hose, that part's kind of annoying, but it's not what? Are you going to have a shortage of water out in the ocean? Right? And so what if you spray it down with so what if you spray the steel down with salt water? Who cares? It's going to get wet anyway. It's a boat. Right? Think about it. That's how SpaceX goes about doing a lot of their engineering. It's not necessarily like the pining for the best thing, right? You want the thing that works and the thing that's going to work a lot, even if sometimes that thing that's going to work a lot is more complicated. It's weird, right? There's all these weird trade-offs with SpaceX, but you got to remember, the big thing to understand is airline-like operations. So what you're looking for here with solutions to their engineering problems, right, is something that's going to be good enough, that's preferably cheap, right? You just want it to work. Even SpaceX themselves, with their first Starship launch pad, just made it good enough to launch the vehicle. Being reusable was kind of a whole nother thing, dude. Like, Pad 1 was not very reusable. It needed to be refurbished because it wasn't really designed to be reusable. It was just designed to work. But you got to think about where SpaceX is coming from, right? You're building something like Starship, biggest rocket ever devised by humans, right? It's not like they can go down to the local library and just get a book on building super heavy launch vehicle launch pads, right? The best reference at that point would be a Saturn V launch and maybe Complex 39, right? But you got to remember, that rocket right there puts out 2 times the amount of thrust of a Saturn V. Now, why? Why 2 times the amount of thrust? It's made out of steel. You need a lot of get up and go to get something that's steel to fly into space, right? Crazy. So it's not like they could just go and Google, hey, how do I make a launch pad that, hey, Grok, how do I make a launch pad that can withstand 15 million pounds of thrust? It's like couldn't do that. Can't do that. You're not going to vibe engineer a launch pad like this. So the first thing that they did was just make it work. They just made the thing work, and that's it. And it worked. It launched the vehicle. It didn't do anything else very well, but it launched the vehicle. They got, what, 11 flights out of the thing? Pretty good. I never thought about it before, but the Falcon 9 booster must use the same saltwater treatment as the Navy aircraft on carriers. They do need to be hosed down. Yeah, absolutely. I am a Master Jedi Wookiee with the brain of a protocol droid. I've had this gamer tag since 1999. Yeah, I suppose you're force sensitive and used for etiquette and protocol. I have no need for a protocol droid. Those gonk droids definitely are better for a moisture farm. That's all I'm saying. That's right, Bazdon. You got it. Do they need to repair the booster for reuse, or are they basically good to go? Falcon 9 does require a little bit of refurbishment, Rig. The engine igniters, the engine relight mechanism needs to be changed out. They use pyrophoric ignition instead of like a spark plug to relight the engines, just because it's spooling a jet engine at the end of the day. So the pyrophoric ignition cartridges need to be recharged. You got to refill them. Actually, It doesn't really look like this, but the igniter cartridges that they use for like for the Merlin engines kind of look like little CO2 cartridges. If you ever seen those before, they kind of the same idea. It's like if you have like a CO2 BB gun, you got to change the cartridge every once in a while. Well, not every once in a while. After every flight, they gotta change them. At least for the engines that restart, right? Like the center engine, the E1, the E9, and the E5 engine. I hope this one goes well. I want to see orbit. Me too, Ryan. Me too, man. So if you're an AV geek, the pyrophoric ignition, guys, that Falcon 9 uses is the same exact stuff that they use to relight J58 engines in the A12 and the SR-71. They're pyrophoric igniters, which is triethyl aluminum and triethyl borane, which is TTAB for short. Yeah, it uses the same stuff as the SR-71, because with an SR-71 you have a turbo ramjet. So the J58's a turbo ramjet, so it's half jet engine, half ramjet. So the idea is that the jet engine gets you going fast enough to light the ramjet, and then the jet engine shuts off, believe it or not, at high altitude. That's how the SR-71 could go so fast. What a ramjet does is the ship's already going fast. You don't need a compressor. You just need to take the air, right, and compress it and then shoot it through a combustor and then shoot it out the back. There's literally no moving parts unless you count the retractable spike cone nozzle on an SR-71, but that's another story. And the jet engines actually shut off. It's just they have a bypass. Fun fact, the bypass in there originally wasn't to go fast. It was to keep the jet engine cool. And they've actually kind of made the J58 turbo ramjet by accident. If you read Skunk Works by Ben Rich, he talks about this. They were like, oh, we were just trying to keep it cool. Turns out it can go a lot faster. Oh, that's neat. All right, sweet. Make more of that. Okay. Right? So when the SR-71 came out of the supersonic regime, right, when it started slowing down and needed to come back down to land, they needed to restart the engines. But the SR-71 needed to be super light because the hull is made out of titanium. It's actually pretty beefy. It's a pretty beefy airplane. They didn't have the mass to be able to put a starter motor on the J58s. When they start the J58s on the ground, they hook a drive shaft up to an auxiliary drive on the outside and use two big block Chevys, revving at 5,000 RPMs to spin the engine up to get it to start. Fun fact, it's called a start cart. But when you're up in the air, you don't have two big block Chevys attached to the side. Much too heavy. I mean, it's cast iron block. It's really heavy, right? But big block Chevy. I'm a Ford guy. I'll thumbs up that. I'm never going to not thumbs up a big block. Like, obviously. I'm not stupid, right? So when the SR-71 was coming back down to land, they had to use pyrophoric ignition to start the engine up again. So what is triethyl aluminum and triethyl borane? Like, how does that start the engine? Triethyl aluminum and triethyl borane, when they're combined, form a chemical compound that when it finds oxygen, it'll combust. So if you mix the two igniter cartridges, usually they have an impingement system. It depends on the application. There's an impingement system, the T and the tab, right? They hit each other with an impinging igniter, and then they'll mix, and if they find oxygen, they blow up. Now, in this case on the SR-71, right? The J58, all you got to do is open the intake up and you'll get oxygen in there, and it'll find the T-tab, and it'll start the engine back up. It'll make a big explosion that'll spin the turbine on the J58. Boom, Bob's your uncle. Now you have turbojet flying, right? But on Falcon 9, what they do is they shoot it into the gas generator on the Merlin engine, and they bleed liquid oxygen from the LOX tank during the landing burn and the supersonic retropropulsion burn to basically combine with the T-tab and get the engine to start back up. How do I know your uncle? Oh, well, Bob and I are good friends. But anyway, yeah, little bit of fun fact about restarting rocket engines. So that's one of the things that they have to do, Rig. They have to maintain the motors. You have to add new igniter cartridges. Helicopter fuel tank truck is leaving, by the way. Hey, Ghost One, 22-month resub. How'd those nozzles actuate inwards and outwards? It's on a... If you're familiar with how a screw jack works, see cracking that. The start card is also known as the ground power unit. That's right, Noel. I see we have some av geeks in here. I was at the Intrepid Sea Air and Space Museum one time, and they have a start cart. It's an older start cart because it has two Buick Wildcat engines in it. With they had Holley double pumpers on them. And I went to the docents at Intrepid. I'm like, yo, I could get that running if you want. And they're like, what? I'm like, I could get that running. I know how to, I could build. Dude, give me a Holley rebuild kit. We'll get this thing running. I could get this thing running. No problem. We could start this. They said no. Shame. I thought the start cart was twin Hemis. Nope. No, it started off with Buick Wildcat engines in the 60s, Tessa, and then they stopped making those Wildcat. I believe they were 435 Wildcat engines, or it could have been 455. But they switched to small or big block Chevys. They switched to 454s in, I believe, 1970, which is about the time that the 454 came around, guys. If you're a vintage car guy, I believe 454's first year was 1970 for Chevrolet. Before that, it was a 427. Yeah. Cars and rockets. They all mixed. It's all the same stuff. How's the weather predictions? Kumo, it's looking good. For the movie, they used one in Top Gun Maverick for the Tomcat, right? Well, Sherry, that is a start cart, but it doesn't use piston engines. Most fighter planes that require that have an external start or an external engine activation device or ground power unit, Sherry, ground power unit, they're not necessarily using an internal combustion engine. They use what's called bleed air. So yeah, it could be anything. It could be a gas turbine. It could be a piston engine. It could be a jet engine. It could be a bunch of different things. I forget what the F-14s is. I believe the F-14 uses bleed air, but I don't know where they get the bleed air from. Most GPUs are auxiliary power units, so a gas turbine. There you go. But the gas turbine is making bleed air, guys. It's not like they hook a drive shaft up. They hook a duct into a bypass on the jet engine to get it to spin the turbine with bleed air, correct? Could be a turbo encabulator. That's better in the application of no for trunnions, but yeah. You get just the idea. I got you. They are different but similar. Yeah. That's a great use for a gas turbine, right? Yeah. Start carts, for the most part, inject pressurized air into the engine to start the turbines to spin. Yeah, they bleed the air into the engine. CH-47 is a totally separate APU. The APU for the CH-47 is behind the rear rotor shaft, Gunk, correct? It's back there with the oil coolers, if I'm remembering correctly. What do you need to start cart for a rocket engine design? You don't. The F-14 takes a bleed air from any source to one engine, then uses the running engine to do the bleed air to the second engine. There you go. But you got to still start it from the ground, TC, right? Don't want to jinx it, but do you agree with the 3 fins? Yes, it's fine, Tanit. Mm-hmm. You use 496 and 454 engines for irrigation wells for farming. I like your style, Bird. That's cool, man. Do you think it's going to launch on the first try? I think if they get to the 40-second hold gate, Blas, they'll probably go. The Olympus 593 used on the Concorde was an incredible engine. Yeah. The Olympus is a great engine. One of the best turbojets ever designed. And I'm saying that as an American. You know we don't like giving you the Brits credit. We don't like that. We don't do that. But the Olympus is very nice. F-14 can emergency start on the battery if needed. Cool. Yeah, a lot of ab geeks in here. I love it. Milo with the 21-month resub. Wolfman with the 24-month resub. Thank you. Start the little engine to start the big engines. Yep, yep. Was there ever a Pegasus engine? Yes, that's a Harrier engine. Also a really good motor, if I do say so myself. When Start Kart Racing Series. I'm pretty sure that's just a drag racing engine, Drunar. Big Block Chevy, I'm pretty sure they have a racing series. It's called the NHRA. Hey, Predominant, what's up? How big is the battery on the F-14? Sea Kraken, dirty little secret, honestly, with a lot of airplanes. Not very big. I mean, the F-14 is a pretty large airframe, but the battery on these engines is not very big. Like, it is enough to give the engine a crank for maybe just a little bit. Like, for instance, if you're going through the startup procedure on like a Citation CJ4 and you're cranking one engine and for whatever reason it doesn't relight, don't try to start it again and then take off. That ends very badly. You'll undervolt the entire system. Yeah. That's not good for it. Okay? That's not good for it. That's really bad for it, actually. Under the main staircase in your college, they have an Olympus engine. Nice. XLR 99 was also ahead of its time. I wish we did stuff like that. That'd be pretty sweet. Yeah, I mean, and that's just not, that's, Sea Kraken, that isn't even just an F-14. That's most airplanes that have onboard power and no APU. If you try to crank off the battery, you can only do it so many times before you got to essentially, well, not put a jump pack on it, but get ground power or some kind of external auxiliary power source to recharge the battery, because the batteries only really have enough cranking power to crank the engine once, maybe twice. Yeah, not a lot of people know that. I unfortunately learned that information from reading an NTSB report about somebody that took off from North Carolina and did that. And then the plane had all kinds of electrical problems in the air, which is not great. It didn't end well. What does Formula One use to start up their engines? I'm pretty sure they have an onboard starter motor. But Indy cars, I'm pretty sure Indy cars don't, or at least they didn't at one time. NASCAR driver. Yeah. Is this 3 different rockets or just one being filmed from distance and angle? So, Steplery, that's a good question. It's the same rocket being filmed from 3 different angles. This is from my buddies over at NASA Spaceflight. NASA Spaceflight is a YouTube channel, and I have permission to restream the YouTube channel here on Twitch and on my own YouTube because I work for them. I work for NSF. I was doing commentary for them this morning for this launch. This is down in Starbase, Texas. That's at the very, very southern tip of Texas, at the very bottom of like the lower 48 of the United States. In fact, in some of these pictures, you can see Mexico. Like, Mexico is... Actually, you can't see Mexico in any one of these shots. It's behind the pad in this shot. But Mexico's probably about 2 to 3 miles over there. The Rio Grande River is right... Like, if the fog wasn't there, you'd be able to see it. It's right there. And what we're looking at is a launch of this vehicle today. But Spacex down there has allowed NSF, me and my buddies, to put a bunch of cameras around so we can watch 24/7. This is on the NSF's YouTube channel. We have a YouTube. There's a stream called Starbase Live, and it's live 24/7 views, streamed with permission. Actually, we didn't need to ask permission. Most of these cameras are on NSF property. We bought NSF bought land down there, so I mean, SpaceX is cool with it. Like, we know a lot of people that work there. But, yeah, this is 24/7 live view. So all these camera sites, the 3 sites that you see are just different cameras that are around the launch site. They do, Spoiled, yep. Oh, okay. So they use bleed air as well. Predominant. That's, yeah, interesting. Oh, yeah, J-Speed. Yeah, that's a good point. Not. Yeah, Alex, it's interesting. Something like that, Vash. Yeah, SpaceX poached a bunch of people. That is some pretty crazy tank farm activity. I'm going to move to the other side of the screen so you guys can see. Okay, that's a good sign. So, the cheech that's going on over here, the fat vape cloud that's going on is here. It actually is vaporizers for what it's worth, guys. Seriously, they use vaporizers. They dump the heat from the system using a vaporizer. The reason why they do that is because the reason why the big smoke clouds are happening here is because SpaceX is getting ready to fuel the rocket. Now, Starship is using liquefied methane and liquid oxygen in its tanks. With a rocket, you got to bring the oxygen with you, and it's easier to bring it with you as a liquid than it is as a gas, right? So the tank farm is what it's called. It's called the tank farm. They're getting these big clouds that are coming off of it. They're activating the vaporizer systems and getting ready to move the propellants around. The reason why you got to get ready to, and why you don't just, it's like filling up with gas, just put it in and pull the handle, right? You don't want to do that because liquid oxygen and liquid methane are very, 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 very cold. They need to be super chilled to, like wearing sunglasses indoors, super chilled. They need to be super chilled to be able to exist as liquids. If you get them to liquid temperature, which is minus 193 centigrade or Celsius for liquid oxygen, for an example, methane is even colder. If you start introducing temperature into that, it'll evaporate. The propellants will evaporate. So what this whole thing is, the vaporizers is chilling down everything. And that's going to be the theme for when you guys are watching fueling here, when this thing starts to get fueled up, when they start to do what's called tanking. Tanking is the cool rocket way of saying we're filling it up with gas, right? Liquid fuel and liquid oxygen. In the industry, they're called commodities. Commodity tanking will start in about an hour, but you got to get everything super chilled down because you can't take liquid oxygen super cold and run it through a pipe that's been sitting in the Texas sun all day. It doesn't work like that. It'll evaporate because physics hates us. Thermodynamics are a cruel mistress, right? So they run all these systems to start chilling down the components. Each time they move the fuel and oxidizer closer and closer to the pad, you'll start seeing these vape clouds around. They'll start over here, and then they'll end up over here, and then up the tower to fill up Starship. Simultaneously, during fueling operations, you'll see frost lines start to form on the booster. The reason why is that the cold propellants inside of the steel booster are making the steel cold. It's like if you have a cold drink and you pour it in a glass, the glass gets cold, right? Same idea. And just like if you have a cold drink on a hot day and you pour it in a glass, the glass is going to start to sweat. The booster will start to sweat. Because the vehicle is so cold, the ambient atmosphere obviously is interacting with it because it's down here on the ground, right? And what that does is when the atmosphere gets close to the booster, any vapor, any water vapor, humidity that's in the sky, right, will condense and it'll form ice on the outside of the booster. Just like taking out a cold snack on a hot summer day, it'll start to sweat. Same idea. So stuff will start sweating on the pad and everything, and the rocket will start getting frost lines and stuff, but you'll see these clouds move closer and closer to the pad until the vehicle itself starts to have condensation on the outside. That's how you can tell they're fueling it. How much extra mass would you say that ice adds? A couple 100 pounds, maybe? It all gets shaken off in the first 30 seconds anyway. Yeah, random. Yeah, exactly. When the rocket launches and all the ice breaks off, it makes for some very impressive visuals. My mind gets cast back to the 70 millimeter engineering footage from Saturn V, not Starship. The old Saturn V 70 millimeter footage when it goes to launch, you see the ice coming down in slow motion and the rocket going up. Oh, dude, those images are like burned into my head. Like, you know, the Saturn V going up, you see the U and then the S and then the A and then the flag. I'm like, I like that. That's pretty cool. I'm a fan. Yeah, I saw the tower vent. The tower vent right here is going. So right here, there's a vent line. So when they start pushing liquid methane and liquid oxygen up the tower to go through the ship quick disconnect into the ship, right? They have a vent line right here. Think of it like a bleed line. What you're trying to do is get the air out of the line, because you don't want to put air inside of the rocket. You want to put liquid oxygen and liquid methane, right? And B, you want to make sure that that the line is at the right temperature. So right here, right there, there's what's called the tower vent. It's a vent line that's on the tower. I know, it's not just a clever name, right? So when they move liquid oxygen and liquid methane up the tower, the liquid oxygen has a dump line right there, because no one's going to get upset if you vent oxygen into the atmosphere. Now, I know what you're going to ask. Well, what about the methane? Well, the methane goes through a recirculation system and they scavenge it back into the pad. So there's no methane vent line on the pad itself, unless it's used for purging out stuff like these little vents down here, right? So if the tower vent is going right there, it's a good indication that they're chilling down the fuel and oxidizer lines that go up into Starship. Now, the booster's fuel lines go through this pyramid structure, and if you see a little kind of nacelle right here on the pad, there's two of them. One's here, and the other one's kind of behind it from these camera angles. Actually, up there, you can see them just fine. The liquid fuel and liquid oxygen go through those. So the lines for the booster go through underneath the pad. Actually, they go around the pad and up. The lines for the ship go up the tower and over and in. Now, just like the tower vent, guys, you'll see vents down here to indicate that they're moving fuel into the lines into the booster. Because once again, you got to chill down the tank farm, and then you got to chill down the lines going to the pad, and then you got to chill down the lines going up into the pad, and then you got to chill down the lines going in from the pad into the rocket. So you'll see more and more venting throughout the pad on the launch mount right here, and also up at the tower as we get closer to launch. It's very chill. It's a very chill thing. And then what happens when that clock hits 0 is not very chill. It gets a little rowdy. At ignition, guys, there's 33 engines in the first stage. Those 33 engines produce somewhere in the ballpark of 18 million pounds of thrust. That's more than double the Saturn V, the rocket that we used to get people to the moon 6 times. 6 times to land out of 7 attempts is pretty damn good. You know, and then there's Apollo 8 and Apollo 10, and Apollo 13. Those, you know, those were good too. But yeah, we're talking more than double the thrust here. So what happens when the timer hits 0 is not going to be a chill event. Starship in Super Heavy will no longer be a chill dude. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They'll get going. Hey, Lemon, how much does Big Mammy weigh? A little bit more than that. Lemon, my teacher wants me to put the launch on the class TV, and I would like to ask if I have permission to use the stream. If you want, if your teacher in your class wants to hear me babble on about rockets, go ahead. Yeah, no problem. For educational purposes, go ahead. You have my permission in perpetuity for educational purposes. What's cooler, ship catch or booster catch? I think I know the answer, but still. Lev, I want the ships to come back. But I've seen a booster catch, so I don't know. You kind of got me with my pants down here. I'll say booster catch because I've seen it. These are sometimes hard to find, but here's the stream link for Flight 13. Oh, thank you. I see it, Emery. I have the link, but yes, thank you. I don't feel tardy. Class dismissed. So Lemon, if you have the stream on now, I'm going to say that everybody in your class needs to listen to Hot for Teacher by Van Halen. Sit down, Waldo. And your teacher's probably like, okay, that's enough of that. That's enough of that. Is there another stream that you can find, Lemon? No, we have fun here, and I stay family friendly the whole time. I swear. No catch today, Mikey. No. And they're gone. It's a good song, and it'll teach you about pentatonic blues scales if you want to play the guitar. It's educational. Emery, it's erudite for new account made because the old one linked with the Apple account. You change your account a lot, dude. But all right. Good to know. Yeah, Saran Lin, subtle acts of defiance, you know what I mean? Hey, kids are still into that, right? You got to stick it to the teacher somehow. That's what I liked doing when I was in high school. And that's why I'm a Twitch streamer and not a rocket scientist. So, let this be proof of where that gets you. Yep. Lovely. What does this rocket have on board? Good question, Step. This one is carrying SpaceX communications satellites called Starlinks. Starlinks are already a pretty dang successful on-orbit constellation that SpaceX has deployed. They've deployed Starlink, about 10,000 Starlink satellites up in orbit. If you're in an area with low light visibility or low light pollution, high visibility of the sky at night, just look up. You'll see them. They're flying around all over the place. Now, those are the old versions. The older versions of Starlinks are called V2 Minis. The Starlink V2 Minis are good satellites. They're pretty dang good, but SpaceX needed an avenue to launch a bigger Starlink satellite. Starship being a much bigger rocket than Falcon 9. We watched the Tranche E launch just a second ago. A Falcon 9 stack, the rocket that we launched, is about this tall. Falcon 9's about that tall and about half the width of Starship. So with Starship, with these newer Starlink satellites, and you'll see them, they'll deploy them during the mission. If we get that far, hopefully, right? They have much higher bandwidth. They're a bigger satellite. With a bigger rocket, you can move a bigger satellite. Your satellite can have more computing power on board, or bigger solar panels, so you can relay signals better. But with these bigger satellites, you should get better connectivity, better bandwidth. At least that's the idea. Now, this mission, Flight 13, is the first mission to carry operational version 3 Starlink satellites. Flight 12 had Starlink satellites on it, but they were basically the satellite, what's called the SAT bus, which is the nice way of saying the chassis for the satellite with nothing in it. Think about like a car with nothing but the chassis. Like there's no wheels, no tires, no nothing, no electronics, no engine, no nothing, right? The SAT bus chassis is what they launched last time. Now, 2 of those Starlink satellites, the V3 chassis that they launched on Flight 12, had an optics package on them. So during Flight 12, when they deployed it, they had a camera looking back at Starship, right? And you could see Starship floating away from the satellite after they deployed it, which is really cool. But none of them were operational Starlink satellites. This is the first one that's going to deploy operational V3s. Now, because Starship Flight 13 is a suborbital flight, it's not going all the way to orbit just because SpaceX needs to prove that they can deorbit the thing, because you don't want to strand a skyscraper in space and not be able to get it to come back down uncontrollably, right? SpaceX has been flying on suborbital trajectories. Now, that's the other test flight objective for Flight 13. SpaceX needs to be able to prove that they can fire the engines in space. They need to be able to restart the engine in space on Starship. That is one of the key test flight objectives here to unlock orbital capability with Starship in the tech tree, so to speak, right? It's a major test flight objective, being able to relight that engine on orbit. That'll basically prove that SpaceX can deorbit the Starship and have it come back down. So this one is on a suborbital trajectory, right? And they're going to deploy operational satellites, but the operational satellites will burn up. They'll last maybe 30 minutes, and that's about it. And then they'll burn up in the atmosphere, and then Starship will re-enter and land out off the coast of Australia, the coast of Western Australia. Ice Cream Man, that's another good song. Lemon, school hasn't started yet. Teacher asked you previously. I'm in Australia, so the launch starts like 5 minutes after school starts, so I can't play it yet. It's truly tragic. Yeah, actually, Lemon, that's my one request. That you, because it's for educational purposes and not for profit, you can play copywritten music because it's not for a for-profit avenue. So my one request is that if you show my stream, you have to show Hot for Teacher. You have to show the Hot for Teacher music video, and everybody has to listen to that. That is my one request. Those are my terms, yes or no. You can just look it up on YouTube. Just saying. You don't actually have to do this, but be a lot cooler if you did. It'd be a lot cooler if you did, man. How are we looking weather-wise? Vargon, it looks okay. Weather looks good. I'm just a little unhinged. Just a little bit. Hey, man. Ain't nobody gonna be mad about good rock and roll, good hard rock and roll, and rocket launches. They go together like peas and carrots. Yeah, peas and carrots. Those go together. That's right. So is the pin going to cooperate? Yeah, sure. Booster catch today? No catch today, Alex. All right, all right, all right. All right. Yeah, she got a 454 with Muncie 4-speed, 12-bolt rear end. Give me something to ride on, man. Whoa. I'm going to get in so much trouble from some random school in Australia, aren't I? I'm going to get so much trouble. The teacher's going to play that video and it's going to be like, what is going on here? Who is this? Now, I'm kind of just only realizing what I just asked someone to do. You know what? It's fine. It's better to beg for forgiveness than ask for permission. Nope. Nope. That was 16-year-old EJ talking there just a second ago. Nope. We're back to being 38-year-old. That would be inappropriate for children. Nah, man, I know Aussies. They'll be laughing their butt off. That was my intention. His teacher. Well, clearly he's a Yank. I mean, what gave it away? Maybe not the video. Yeah, maybe just the song. Yeah, you could just play the song. What are they doing with Tower 1? Tower 1 is kind of sitting, doing nothing right now, Quincy. They took it apart and they took all the components off. The chopsticks are just kind of sitting there in the open position. If I had to guess, what they're probably doing is validating all the hardware on pad number 2, or that pad right there, the one that Starship is on, right? they're probably validating all these components and making sure all these things work. And then once they prove that, you know, like the electric actuators on the chopsticks are good enough, that's when you'll start to see Pad 1 modifications. Other than that, Pad 1 is basically just, it's just the tower. They stripped that thing. They stripped that thing down. It has it is completely inoperable. Like, they took the wiring off, they took the pipes out, the actuators, the hydraulic systems, electrical, everything. It's just a big chunk of steel right now with the drawworks, and that's about it. Now, in terms of Pad 1, they have started digging out the foundation for this structure, for that pyramid structure, because they know that works. So Pad 1 has the trench, what's called the flame trench, right? Dug out, and you can see, believe it or not, in some of these cameras, actually you can just barely see it behind here. They have the start of this pyramidal structure right there called the GSE bunker. You could see that they're building it. It's just over here. They're staging it just next to the pad. So Pad 1 progress is getting there. It's gonna be a while before that thing is online, though. Yeah, I'd say at least the end of the year. Buzzy, what's the schedule today? So, the schedule today is basically in an hour and 19 minutes, this thing's gonna launch. And I didn't have anything else planned, man. Just watch Starship, and then after it launches, watch the mission, and then watch replays of the mission for like the next couple of hours after that. We're gonna be doing a lot of rocket watching today. I haven't heard your opinion on how fast the Chinese landed a booster on the ship. How fast? I mean, Nick, Long March 10B didn't come out of the Aether. It's not like the Chinese have some crazy, ridiculous way of testing rockets faster than we do. I mean, the rockets at the end of the day are still subject to the laws of physics, so it didn't just come out of nowhere. The Long March 10 program has been around for a good while, from what I understand. At least conceptually. It's only very recently that we started to see hardware. And Long March 10B is kind of a demonstrate. Oh man, Twitch just took a dump. You've got to be kidding me. YouTube, are we 5x5? Maxon, you guys can still see me over there? Yeah, the Twitch ingest server just took a dump. We had 1,500 viewers over there. That's great. Love that. Thanks, Twitch. Very cool. Are we back? Still dropping frames over there. ZT, all the wildfire smoke is there and you're in the thick of it. Still dropping frames. Give me 1 second. This problem is not on my end. We have a connection stable to YouTube. The Twitch servers, the Twitch ingest servers. Anyway, YouTube, how are you guys? We'll wait for that to come back. Are we back? Welcome back. We're still here. They're still in space. Yeah. Guys, that wasn't on my end. The Twitch ingest servers just took a dump. Yeah. I watched the connection go down. We never lost connection on YouTube, dude. Actually, specifically, one of the ingest servers just took a dump because some people didn't lose connection over there. That's kind of uncool. That's like the second or third time that's happened in the last 2 weeks. Yeah, that's really... It's really a really nice way to take the wind out of your sails. Your face cam is dropping, but looks good otherwise. Nope, hemorrhaging frames again. I have a connectivity indicator. If you're watching on YouTube, I have a connectivity indicator, and the YouTube one is like up here, and the Twitch one is like down here. The Twitch one is down here, and it's staying down there. You never lost it here either. Charles, what country are you in? Or if you're in the US, what part of the US are you in? Just out of curiosity. I'm trying to figure out which ingest server just took a dump. Stop looking at me, Swan. That's right. Better now than during flight. Yeah, I guess. I'm in Ohio. Your Twitch crashed so hard. I'm going to go ahead and guess you're in Spain and it went down. That sounds like US East. Just took a hard dump there, dude. My connectivity indicators are showing re-established connection. Everybody's going to have to refresh over there on Twitch. Oh, boy. Aitor, you're in Spain and it all went down. Lovely. I mean, at least it didn't happen during the launch. That would have sucked. Yeah, Funky, I noticed that. That's and dude, that's not the first time this has happened this month. It's happened like, I think that was the third time this month, but I'm not sure. I know this has happened before where I've had to just ping YouTube and be like, hey, am I still good? Because I can also see my, so like I have my encoding rig behind the monitors, right? And I can see right to my switch and I can see if we have a connection. Like this is, you know, my connection to the internet, the local connection. Well, not local connection, but the connection to the internet. And then I have connectivity indicators for the YouTube ingest and the Twitch ingest servers. So my internet's not going out. I have gigabit fiber. It's not go. It's very rare that it goes down. Twitch is a 30-second delay. You act like I can do something about this. I don't really know what to do about that. You're probably going to have to refresh, dudes. Refresh the stream. You'll probably see me 30 seconds into the future. Twitch dropped for you twice this week. Yeah, and it did it once the other day, too. You're in Southwest Ohio, and you're good right now. Okay. Okay, cool. Say something nice to EJ of the past. Be nice to yourself. You're a good person. And people say nice things about you. Predominant. Now you have to watch over on YouTube. You blame Aqualux. It's not his fault. What did he do? What? All right. I think he's going to blame you now. He's going to blame you for leaving. After many refreshes, to be clear. Yeah. Accepted satisfactory. Past EJ, you suck. Yeah, that's right. Anyway, what were we talking about? I don't even remember.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Down Detector is showing problems with Twitch and Amazon Web Services. Eight-fingered friend. Gifted five subs? Eight-fingered friend gifted 5. Yes. Thank you. You were talking about rockets. It's probably the storms. I don't know, maybe. Okay, so let's just, while we're back. And we have the combination. Schlotkin, go back to the golf course and work on your putts. We're going to give your daughter back. Her old nose. No! How did you get that? Okay, so we're 1 hour, 8 minute, 48 seconds from the hopeful launch of Flight 13 here. SpaceX's cast should get picked up here in about 38 minutes. Hey, Maverick Mike, 16-month resub. Thank you. Someone asked, how did China catch the booster so fast? The Long March 10 program has been around for a little while, Rhino. That's what I was saying. Thank you. Long March 10 didn't come out of the Aether. Now, in terms...
This is space.
Hippie Cowboy.
I'm in space.
Thanks, man. Now, in terms of Long March 10 catching, it is an impressive feat, guys. You can't sit here and say that it's not. However, I'm fairly confident that Long March 10B is a technology demonstrator. Meaning that I don't think the catch cage that they have and the booster design is going to stay like that. I think this is very much a prototype. Technology demonstrator. Think like the X-33, if it actually ever flew. That would have been great, because, you know, canceling projects when they're 90% completed is something we love doing over here. They seem to not do that over there. That's pretty cool, I guess. But yeah, I'd be wondering with the catch cage, like how you'd scale that. That is a very complicated piece of mechanical equipment that is at sea. So that thing's going to basically get plastered with salty air all day. And there's, just like the chopsticks, like anything else, it's going to require a lot of maintenance. Now, is that a big deal for China? Probably not. Probably not. But, yeah, I'd really be wondering if, like, that catch cage is there to support a high flight rate like Falcon 9. I've seen a lot of people make the argument that the catch cage with the arresters is a much better design than Falcon 9. Falcon 9 has landing legs on it. And, you know, that's you have to pull the landing legs with you. And because you have to pull the landing legs all the way with you into space and then back down, that the catch cage is better designed because the mass is on the ground, because I understand the delta V formula. No, that's not necessarily true. Remember, counterintuitive solutions are often what you find with SpaceX. In order for SpaceX to achieve such a high flight rate with Falcon 9, right, if you had something like the catch cage or anything else other than landing legs on the vehicle, right, I guess the right way to say it is, what would be harder to maintain, the landing legs on Falcon 9 or that a gigantic catch cage system? If you're going to employ high flight rate, I would argue that the landing legs are probably a better solution, at least for an initial understanding of how this all works. That being said, catching a booster with no landing legs on, you know, it was the first try for Long March. It's not the first time China's tried to get a booster back. The JUK-3 booster Landspace tried to recover that a couple of times. They found some of it. They recovered some of it after it crashed into the ground. They got some of it back. It's partially recoverable. But, yeah, I'd be really wondering about if they're trying to achieve a high flight rate. And that really comes down to understanding what their intentions are with Long March 10. Long March 10 is obviously, it's a Falcon Heavy kind of style rocket. that's designed with lunar ambition. Now, if that's the case, low frequency of flight, because it's somewhat analogous to a NASA rocket like SLS, not launching like every couple of days, right? Right? Then that makes sense. Yeah, the catch cage makes perfect sense. If you're trying to fly 5-6 times a year, the catch cage, great idea. It'll work. It'll work great. Now, but if you're trying to do like every 2 days, like Falcon 9, I would argue that landing legs are a better solution. Much simpler mechanism. I know people are going to look at me funny. And I know what the next question is. The next question is, all right, explain that thing then, Point Dexter. Okay, well, first of all, that's land-based. And yeah, it's going to require maintenance just like anything else, right? But this was all built with the expectation of flying every couple hours, right? So if you're building it with the expectation of launching every couple hours, I would argue that this is probably as refined as you're going to get to have a form of GSE able to catch a booster, i.e. this is about as good as it's going to get if you don't have landing legs. And I would also make the argument, and I've done this on NSF a couple of times, another key point here is that I think Starship is going to have landing legs eventually. It doesn't really make sense in my mind, Starship doing tower catches, unless it's a tanker that's looking to refuel another vessel. Then it makes sense. You're going to have to take Starship off of the catch tower if you want to refill it with payload, right? And building some type of like just a concrete slab and landing legs, which Starship is going to have because HLS is going to have landing legs, makes a lot more sense in my mind. But what do I know? I'm not Elon, so I don't know. But yeah, either way, I'd be wondering about Long March 10 with that catch cage, Long March 10B with that catch cage, how scalable that is. Like, what happens when they go to launch Long March 10? Just Long March 10A, which is a 3-core booster. Are you going to have 3 catch cages out there? Like, how does that all work? And a lot of it is kind of my ignorance towards the Chinese space program. There's a lot of space stuff going on, and I don't, like, information is not as forthcoming. The Chinese aren't as forthcoming with information as, like, as what we have here in the West. So it's hard to really understand what they're trying to do. That, and, I don't speak Mandarin, so that, there's, I'm just going to say there's a little bit of a language barrier there. Just a little bit. Niama. Yama. Just a little language barrier. But yeah, I don't know. I think the chopsticks are ironically a better solution there than the catch cage. The catch cage is not bad, though, and that could be made to be scalable eventually. I just realized that this is the first Starship with publicly traded Spacex. Stock's already going into the toilet, man. Don't worry about that. People are shorting it before the launch, which is really funny, or at least that's what I think is going on. The catch cube is cool, but has more challenges with scalability compared to legs or chopsticks. That's exactly it, Radar. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that to say that the catch cage isn't impressive. It's very much impressive. It's not easy to do that, guys. It's not easy to catch a booster. Doesn't matter if you're using chopsticks, the catch cage, landing legs. It's not easy to land one. Like, and bring it back intact. That is no small feat. In fact, some of it is no feat because there's no landing legs on some of them. Falcon 9 has landing feet and legs. So does New Glenn. Just saying. How much fuel is lost when landing slowly with legs instead of catching? Negligible difference, Tanit. It's really much more about getting the performance out of your booster. And so, guys, this is the reason why, like, New Glenn has landing legs and why Super Heavy doesn't. New Glenn is made out of aluminum. It's aluminum lithium. It's stir-welded aluminum lithium. Billet stir-welded aluminum lithium, right? Some parts of New Glenn have internal stringers. Some parts don't, right? If you speak rocket. So it's made out of aluminum. Aluminum is very, it's not very dense, but it's very strong, right? That's what we make airplanes out of. And most rockets up until that thing right there. Right, because it's made out of aluminum, you can spare that mass fraction for a landing leg. Falcon 9 is the same way. With Super Heavy, not so much. Because it's made out of steel. It's more dense than the aluminum, I would say. I mean, maybe not the billet stuff, but I'm sure somebody that knows more about metalwork and fabrication than I do will chime in. But yeah, part of the reason why Super Heavy doesn't have landing legs and why Starship doesn't have landing legs, at least in the initial configuration, is because the rocket's made out of steel. You made a rocket out of steel. The name of the game with rocket science, guys, is how much fuel is on your rocket versus how much rocket is on your rocket. That relationship there is called mass fraction. Mass fraction is what percentage of your rocket is fuel. What percentage of your rocket is used to go, right? You need fuel and oxidizer to go. How much of your rocket is fuel? How much of it is rocket? And that relationship can be plugged into a logarithmic function. You know, you take into account the efficiency of the engine, so how fast it can shoot gas out the bottom. You know, you sprinkle in a little gravitational constant in there, and you got the delta V formula, which is how rocket range is calculated. It's delta V equals specific impulse times gravitational constant, natural log initial mass over final. If that was gibberish to you, how much rocket is on your rocket, how much fuel is on your rocket. The more fuel you have on your rocket, the less rocket you have on your rocket, the further your rocket's going to go. Pretty straightforward stuff. So this rocket being made out of steel and steel being more dense means there's more rocket on your rocket than you would like comparatively to an aluminum counterpart. But the reason why SpaceX opted for stainless steel in the first place is because, well, it has better heating properties. So it favors reuse when it comes to rockets because of the crazy chaotic and dynamic environment that rockets have. And stainless steel is easier to buy than aluminum. There's much more stainless steel out there than there is aluminum. Stainless steel is everywhere. It's very easily purchasable and easily made. We make tons of steel in this country, especially down in Texas where there's a lot of oil infrastructure. What do you need for that? You need steel, and you need a lot of steel workers, but that's another story. That's the other reason why this launch site just popped up out of nowhere, or seemingly popped up out of nowhere. It's not like South Texas does not have a shortage of metal workers. There's a bunch of guys that work out in the fields that work on moving essentially rocket fuel around. Weird, right? But because of that, because they made it out of steel, which is easier, it's easier to manufacture because you can buy it a lot easier. You can make it a lot quicker. So it's better for mass production, which is what you need for a rocket that's going to colonize other planets, right? It's better at tanking the heat. But the downside is that it's better at tanking the heat because it's denser. So more rocket on your rocket, less fuel on your rocket, right? That's why SpaceX chose to catch the dang thing, because putting landing legs on it would be too much rocket on your rocket, and it wouldn't be able to achieve the payload throw. Throw meaning how much can it move up there, right? It wouldn't be able to achieve that 100 tons or 200 tons to orbit that they're eventually looking for. That's the other reason why they deleted a grid fin too. Version 3 Super Heavy. Look at it. Look at that one. The side profile view. There's only 3 grid fins. There's 2 this way, and then there's 1 on that side. It only has 3. Why? Well, you don't need 3. The booster at the end of the day is flying through the air when it comes back down and lands. Yaw, pitch, and roll. That's all you need. You only need 3 grid fins for that. There's only 3 axes of movement. I don't know, God Nukes, maybe. You're not the... Did you suggest that to me the other day? Somebody suggested Greg Tech New Horizons for Minecraft, God Nukes. I don't know if it was you. Somebody suggested me to that, like when I was playing Factorio the other day. I think it's possible for a ship variant with legs. No booster, so people can do suborbital hops? Yeah, maybe. Captain Crash, you had an opportunity to meet some of the folks at KSC who are hands-on with the Artemis core flight hardware. Very cool folks. Got to see some amazing photos. They're all super space nerds who love what they do. Yeah, and I know a lot of guys down there, Crash. It's good stuff, man. All right, hold on. Starship launch window opens at 5:45 p.m. Central Time. So we're sitting inside of an hour here, guys. 54 minutes, 54 seconds. And it looks like we got a tower vent. See the vent coming out of the tower? That means they're moving fuel and oxidizer up the tower to prepare to fuel. Fueling should happen with Starship and Super Heavy in the next 20 minutes, so that's pretty much on time. Okay, so per the mission timeline, ship liquid oxygen load should start at T-minus 37 minutes and 30 seconds. So we're about 15 minutes from that. And then booster liquid oxygen load 30 seconds after that. And then booster fuel loading at T-minus 35:25. So we're starting to get into the fueling here. This is good. That's a good sign. Stainless steel versus aluminum alloys, a simple time motion study where stainless wins by miles. Yeah, article. It's interesting. Robert, an engineer, an aerospace engineer, or I think Robert Truax was a mechanical engineer. It doesn't matter. An engineer in the 60s by the name of Robert Truax proposed the idea of building a rocket in a dry dock, the same dry dock that we would use to make aircraft carriers, for instance, right? And building a rocket, quite actually, the size of an aircraft carrier out of standard ship steel. Right? The idea is that if you build a rocket that big, right, it doesn't really matter what you make it out of. And because it was made in a dry dock, in a ship dry dock, what they would do is fuel the thing up, tow it out to sea, sink it, and it would launch out of the water. It would be a sea launch system. The rocket was called Sea Dragon. Now, a lot of people looked at Robert Truax and said, okay, psycho man, leave me alone. We'll go back to launching people with the aluminum rockets like normal people, right? But honestly, Truax was onto something, dude. And this rocket is a good indicator of what he was getting at. Steel for bigger rockets makes much more sense. And I think, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that Starship is probably not going to be the last Gigantor steel rocket that we see in our lifetime. Sea Dragon was wild. Oh, yeah, wild idea. So you guys want to hear something crazy? Sea Dragon was, 450 metric tons to low Earth orbit, which is 3 times the Saturn V. That's 4 times this rocket's payload capacity. It was pressure-fed systems, so pressure-fed hydrogen, pressure-fed hydrolox, that's a vibe. But pressure-fed systems, honestly, would be the way to employ rockets at that scale. We're talking a rocket engine that's the size of the well deck on a well deck on an aircraft carrier, or not on an aircraft carrier, on a landing platform vessel. Like an LPD. We're talking a rocket engine that's that wide. Sea Dragon was no joke. Scale favors strength over strength to weight as your volume goes up by the cube. Yeah, exactly. That's right. Cube volume. That's the big deal. Truax was onto something, dude. And I think Elon kind of definitely had that on his mind when he decided, in 2019 to start making these out of 304 stainless. Why not stainless structure and aluminum hull? Corrosion? Mixing metals in any type of mechanical system, Tanit, is usually a no-no. The reason is because different thermodynamic expansion and contraction rates. Couple that with differential, corrosion versus oxidization. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Ask any car mechanic that has steel bolts in an aluminum part. Real big pain in the butt. What do you think is moving to Massey's tonight? Ship 41, or no, Booster. Booster 2-1 if I had to guess topical. Oop, I'm behind. Ignore your last. Yeah, no problem, dude. I thought that was called the Pillar of Autumn. The Pillar of Autumn's made out of titanium. Titanium A. Kind of nerd are you?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Argentina or Spain? I don't know, man. I'm just here to have a good time. Although a repeat World Cup would be cool. That'd be cool. But I don't know, man. We'll see. I just want to watch a good match. In aviation, we call this galvanic corrosion or dissimilar metal corrosion, and it's a big problem. Yep, that's right. Steel bolts in an aluminum head on an engine. Big pain in the butt, guys. Argentina is a better place to launch rocket from than Spain? Yeah, but Spain actually has rockets. They have Mira Space with the Mira 5 and the Mira 1 rocket. Spain has actually launched stuff into space. That's all I'm saying, dudes. I mean, if that's going to be your modus operandi for who you vote for, right? Like, hydrate? Question? Yeah, I'll go grab a water real quick. Burb. Okay, I'm back. We are 48 minutes out from hopefully some action here for Flight 13. If you're going to try modded Minecraft, please try Create Aeronautics. Oh, I know all about that. I've seen people play it. Yeah. Woo! That creates a little... Aeronautics is a little bit of a rabbit hole, Hallengar, don't you think? Don't you think I have enough on my plate right now, dude? The roof will collapse on my house because I'll be in here playing the game all day. How come the weather is different on every camera? It's the exposure. Coffee time. It's the exposure, and they're frankly different cameras. How do I know? I put hands on every one of these cameras, dude. Some of them are PTZ cameras. Some of them are specialized PTZ. Some of them are fixed shot cameras. They're all different types of cameras. I mean, a lot of the live cameras for NSF are kind of cobbled together. So some of them are going to give you different exposures rather over others.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Hippie. Thanks for the 500. Bacon Warrior with a 49-month resub. Thank you. And Willord with a 78 in there, too. Thank you very much. Cool, quick news from Artemis 3. Oh. NASA has selected SpaceX to provide laser communications capabilities from the Orion spacecraft for the Artemis 3 mission. They will deliver high-def imagery as astronauts test rendezvous and docking operations between Orion and commercial systems. Oh boy, it looks like the Artemis 3 Orion is going to have the Placer on it. Nighthog, 41-month resub. Tier 2, 41-month. Are we still go? Pointy end is up. Everything should be good as far as I can tell. You can see that the vents are going on the pad. That means they're moving fuel. They're moving fuel and oxidizer around, dude. Class, 94. Thanks, man. The WB-57 is up near Starbase. Good. Good. Yeah, Lewis, I just saw it. Somebody linked it over in Twitch chat. Yeah. It looks... My guess, dude, is that that's the Starlink Placer that flew on Polaris Dawn. It seems like they're just going to hot rod it right onto Orion. Which I'll admit, I'm a little bummed. I'm a little bummed out about that. But, actually, no. There's no need to be bummed out about that. That's not the OPCOM. The OPCOM system is a space-to-ground thing. the Placer is a space-to-space communication, so Orion can communicate with Starlink. I was going to say, I was bummed because if the Placer is going to replace the OPCOM system was developed by the Lincoln Lab in Concord, Massachusetts. That's not far from me. That's the local team. We always root for the local team, but I don't think it would replace it. OPCOM is space to ground. Placer is space to space. So, no, that's good. That's good news. That's really cool. Hey, Matt, what's going on, man? You're so nerved out for your Blue Origin interview? Why?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Dude, just jump in, man. You'll be fine. Mike, do you know the source material? If you know what you're talking about, you should have some confidence, brother. You'll be good.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
How to lose in. Gifted $25. Thanks. Thank you very much. Jasper with the 3-month resub. Appreciate you. More connections, more better. Blade. Laser. Blazer. My fitless consigliere, Michelle. What's your YouTube account? EJSA1, Colby. We're having a party over there. SpaceX's go for propellant load. Give me one sec. Let me just verify. Okay, we got a tweet coming right from SpaceX Actual here indicating that the Starship team is go for propellant load. All systems and weather are looking good for today's flight test. And fellas, frankly, if you haven't seen some of the shots that SpaceX posted of Starship while we're here, after they stacked yesterday, that's that's pretty good. Thanks, Ale. I like that one. Very pretty color palette there. Just kicking it, about to watch Starship do its thing? Yeah, baby. Are those in 4:3? You know what, Mutter? Let's just go and look at these ones instead. How about this, huh?
Oh, this is space.
Maddie!
I'm in space.
Gifted 5, thank you. This is shots from them putting the stack together last night. Yeah? Yeah, these are pretty good. See, the problem with Starship is that it's gorgeous, and with your new house, I really shouldn't plaster the walls in Starship terms. You are very, very quickly figuring out why dudes have man caves. Or man garages. Is that the Elon bat signal? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Is that a raincoat? Yes, it is. You have a dog or a chow? No, Alan. That's pretty neat. Screw it. My whole house is my man cave. Attaboy. Attaboy. Ooh. That's very good. What's that, Vargon? One last post about our Dan Hewitt and his following versions, our beloved lucky charm for this flight. Ah, yes. There's Dan V1. There's Dan V2 and Dan V3. On a long enough timeline, everybody becomes Dan Hewitt. This guy, that's Dan Hewitt. He's a former NASA public affairs officer, and he's the head of communications for SpaceX. I'm pretty sure he's the head of communications. If not, he's up there. Do you think Dan will evolve into Cygnus? Yeah, but it'll be Sigdan-ness. Cute. How Hewitt. Yeah, Sigdanus. Can I be your consigliere? Geek, you broke my heart. I know it was you. I know it was you. And you broke my heart. Cygnus hat. No, not today. Not during Starship. All right, so we are 39 minutes, 38 seconds out here. SpaceX should be picking up the coverage here in about 10 minutes. So how long until Starship is just Cygnus with Raptor engines? On a long enough timeline, everything becomes Cygnus. You should get Elon to come on the Flame Trench tomorrow. Oh, yeah. You know, I'll just give him a call. Is that a Cletus hat? No, but I do like Cletus. You know, in about 38 minutes, SpaceX is going to be like, how about now? We did have Jared. I mean, he might have Elon on speed dial. It's possible. That, you know, might work. Are you going to follow the SpaceX stream? Yeah, of course. I pick up the regular SpaceX cast. Not anything against NSF. I love them. And you should be subscribed to NSF, at least, if you're not. It looks like the WB-57 is going back to Houston. Maybe we could get Dan. I'd talk to Dan. It's something I noticed. Dan constantly on social media makes Step Brothers references. So I'd like to think that we would be friends. But I don't know. Dan, call me. We'll hang out. We'll watch Step Brothers. Then we can go do karate in the garage, man. Happy Apollo 11 launch day. Thanks, Eva Rays. I appreciate those words. He did look at me last launch. That's very true. That did happen. And chop melons with the samurai sword. Yeah. Where do I have Starship stream? What tab's that on? There we go. Okay, stream should be starting here in the next 2 minutes. I will let you know when that happens. In the meantime, I'll keep giving you these live views from our buddies over at NSF. Are you from NASA? No, Colby, I'm self-taught. Anything that when it comes to engineering, I'm self-taught. I'm a 3D artist by trade and CAD system operator by trade. Like, I could make stuff in 3D. That is what I went to school for. Anything with engineering, science, math, whatever, I am self-taught. You know, I like working in 3D space, like making 3D models for video games, etc., but I really like rockets. Rockets are pretty cool. We like those. And Rust Grinder by trade. Yeah. I mean, have I put in enough work to get that job title yet, Bob? Like, you tell me. Okay, guys, per the timeline, fueling should begin. Start looking for frost lines on the booster. If the timeline is going nominally, we should be at booster fueling right about now. And then ship fueling should happen in the next 20 seconds. New Future Tech, you got a promotion today? Hey, congratulations. Saw it, Phil. That's pretty cool. What's the over-under on Nicki Minaj being at the launch today? I don't think so. Why are you so nervous? I don't know. You tell me. I'm not nervous. I don't do TikTok, Colby. I have X, YouTube, and Twitch. And I have Instagram, but I don't really update Instagram because I'm frankly unk status and I have no idea how it works. Sorry, I figured just be truthful. All right, let's check on the SpaceX cast over here. Oh, yeah, here we go. Not test shot, Aqualex. We're good. I actually, in my travels over the last couple of months, which means I'm talking about Twitter DMs, yeah, I actually got in touch with Test Shot social media manager. Really nice dude, actually. Yeah. So, yeah, believe me, it's fine. EJ's nervous because he'll soon be in charge of a chicken coop. I'm more nervous about that than the launch, Garfield. That's a good point. Prop load is confirmed by SpaceX. Lost volume? I don't think so. I think we're all right, Sean. That is Mars right there, Zoros. Mars is a easy way to tell if you don't know too much about the planets in our solar system. Mars is red. It's red-orange-ish, like this, because it's rusty. Yeah, that's all rust. That's iron oxide. So it's rust. Yeah, that's what the surface of Mars is. Most of it is rust. The moon is gray. Red rocks. Yeet, yeet. Write this down, chat. M-A-R-S. Mars, chat. Red rocks. The moon. Yes, I said it. The moon. Because I'm not stopping at the moon. Wait, my car is made on Mars? No. No. Yeah, maybe a little. So Mars does have an atmosphere, Zoros. It's a little, there's a little bit of atmosphere. Heck, there's trace amounts of Earth's atmosphere around the moon too, if you really want to know. This is the music that will get DMCA'd. If it didn't already do that, in which case I pretty much just screwed myself, but hey, whatever. Mars has an atmosphere, and the atmosphere is a lot of CO2, and that CO2 has oxygen in it, and that makes the oxygen makes things rust. I mean, it's not that simple. Planetary geology is a little bit more complicated than that, but that's the gist of it. All right, here we go.
Hello, and welcome to Starbase, Texas.
Hey!
It's 5:13 p.m. Central Time, and we are 31 minutes and 38 seconds away from Starship Flight 13.
Me too, Bob.
The second flight test of our next generation Starship, version 3.
We love Kate.
You see it there on your screen.
Kate's awesome.
I'm Kate Tice, Senior Manager, Quality Systems Engineering.
And I'm Nathan Commissary, a civil engineer.
Oh, I know that dude!
Today we
That's
are coming
Nathan!
to you live
Oh, that's
from just
awesome!
outside the floor of Star Factory.
Wow!
1 million square foot rocket factory where we
Cool!
build Starship.
Yeah, I don't know what's cooler, the rocket or the place where we build it. Now, back in May, the first flight
That guy's
test of
awesome.
Starship version 3 delivered tons of data, and we'll be putting
Dude,
those
yeah,
learnings
no,
into
he
practice
hangs around in the
today on
stream,
Flight
dudes.
2. All of this brings
That's
us one
super
step closer
freaking
to
cool,
a fully
man.
and rapidly reusable vehicle, the key to enabling frequent flights to the moon and Mars. Starship will also enhance Starlink's constellation and connectivity on Earth, the moon, and beyond, while helping establish a network of AI data centers in space. Success on today's suborbital mission also opens the door for near-future orbital flights and our first attempt to catch ship on Tower 2 here at Starbase.
Pretty exciting, and this is also an exciting day for the Starlink team because we are planning to deploy 20 of the newest Starlink satellites. These sats aren't intended for operational use and will only be in space for about 20 minutes before demising, but during that 20 minutes we're going to speed run a bunch of tests, things like deploying solar arrays, firing thrusters. We'll get into those details a little later in the show.
Yeah. Now, what Starlink engineers learned today will be essential to deploying operational V3 satellites into the Starlink constellation on future Starship flights. These larger, more powerful next-generation satellites are designed to boost orbital capacity, strengthen the overall network, and deliver a noticeably better experience for our customers.
And as we've said before, Starship is a developmental program. What we're doing today is a test. We test in flight because it's the best way to rapidly iterate the design by putting the vehicle through
I didn't just text him. Shut up.
Conditions it will experience during an operational mission.
Exactly.
Hey, Wildman, what's up,
So,
dude?
while we have real Starlink satellites on board, the most important payload today is data. But no matter the outcome of today's test flight, as usual, excitement is guaranteed.
Now let's head a couple of floors upstairs where Dan here is just outside the Launch Control Center. How's it going, Dan?
Hey, Nathan. It is going great. Hi to Kate as well. And hey, everybody else. I'm Dan Hewitt with Spacex Communications.
Hi, Dan.
It's great to be back here with you, flying from Starbase just a couple of weeks after the last one. That was Flight 12. That was in May. We debuted a lot of new hardware, all of it flying for the first time. We're going to dig into some of the details in a minute on how that flight went, but it came with a bunch of exciting wins, some important lessons. But let's look at right now. Things are looking very good. We are not tracking any issues on the vehicle or on the pad. Just behind me in the Launch Control Center, we've got engineers on console looking at the rocket, all the systems as we count down. We have started propellant load, putting liquid oxygen, liquid methane on both stages of Starship, and we're looking good right now to launch at the open of our window at 5:45 p.m. Central Time. Weather is barely worth mentioning. We came in today with about 90% probability.
There's the frost that I was talking about.
And we've got blue skies, scattered clouds, no scary winds. We're looking really good. Range is also currently green for launch. Reminder, we're watching the range both off the coast in the Gulf here at Starbase and also on the other side of the planet in the Indian Ocean, where we are hopefully sending the Starship in just a couple of minutes from now. All right, so before we dig into everything else for today, let's take a look back real quick at Flight 12. Now, as I said, that was the first launch of a new ship, new booster, new Raptor engine, first flight from Pad 2 here at Starbase. A lot went right, and the stuff that didn't still gave us really valuable flight data to continue building a better Starship. Like all flights, we lifted off right at the top of the window, 33 Raptor engines propelling that full stack skyward from Starbase. After we got through liftoff, booster ascent, it was Starship's turn, lit its engines for hot staging. We tried to flip the booster in a specific direction. That gives us more performance. We had some differences in engine startup. We were off by about 90 degrees. We've modified that startup sequence, made it more robust to flip in the right direction. Super Heavy attempted its boost back burn. 5 engines experienced issues when attempted to relight, so we had an early end to that. We made some hardware modifications to improve relight reliability and updated our alarms and boards. That booster attempted a landing burn as it approached the Gulf. That was unsuccessful, and it ended its flight with a hard splashdown in the hazard area. Now, while that was happening,
Water
Starship
came up
made
real
its descent
fast
into space. About 40 seconds after stage step, though, we lost one of those 3 Raptor vacuum engines. Still able to demonstrate our engine out capability, reach the planned suborbital trajectory. We've made some hardware operational changes on this flight and have some additional reliability improvements coming in the future. Once in space, Starship was able to deploy all 20 of the Starlink simulators, 2 modified Starlink satellites that got these brief shots of Starship in space, which was dope. We skipped the in-space burn due to engine issues, and Starship got ready to re-enter the atmosphere. It was able to do a flap stressing test and did the maneuver to mimic the trajectory that future missions returning to Starbase are going to fly. Then it got to the pre-planned splashdown zone in the Indian Ocean, where we had drones and buoys ready and waiting. After the Raptors turned on for a flip, landing burn, Starship was in the water, and Flight 12 was in the books. So, a lot of excitement, a lot of firsts, a lot of learnings. All that set us up for round 2 today. Just getting to a launch day comes with a bunch of hurdles, a ton of problems to solve, a million little stories. Here's just a quick peek into one of those stories that was on the path to Flight 12 that we featured in the 2nd episode of our ongoing documentary, Starship.
All right. I wonder if we get Sub Sharpie. Will they mention Sub Sharpie? Yeah, I gotta mute that. It already hasn't been muted. Sorry about that, dudes. I'll just make the sound effects.
Indefinitely.
Nope.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Hi, guy. 108 months. 100-month streak. Yeah, baby.
Designed to give good access to the aft end of the booster.
I gotta mute it. That banana music, that it doesn't like that. That's Hexacorp. YouTube will get very angry. I'm sorry. He's talking about upgrading the pad from pad 1 over pad 2. If you haven't seen this, this is from SpaceX's docuseries called Starship. This is from the 2nd episode called Critical Path. So if he's here, if Dan version 3 is there, that means we're getting Sub Sharpie. The short thing here, the short gist of this is that they needed to make a pad that can basically handle an atomic blast version of amount of energy coming out of the bottom of the vehicle. And that requires a very, very, very serious cooling mechanism in the pad. And that's what that thing is back there, that diverter that's in the trench. They'll show pictures of it in a second. I don't think this has closed captioning, guys. Oh, I think this is the part where they're talking. Hold on. You'll see, KJ.
It's vibrating the entire tower. Something got jammed up in the chain and maybe caused it to snap. We don't really know if it's broken completely or if it's just cockeyed or buckled in some way. God, it sounds terrible. So we are in a mad dash to get that roller diagnosed and replaced as soon as possible.
It was rust. Take it from somebody that deals with a lot of rust. It was probably rust. See the rust? Yeah, rust makes mechanical things unhappy.
And when I say roller, it's literally like, imagine the world's largest bicycle chain. It's built almost exactly like a bike chain, except for it's 380 pounds, and the chop carriage weighs a lot. And so it basically broke one of those links. The chain got bound up.
MIG welding, baby.
And the day after static fire, we called our buddies at the Cape. We had some spare units over there for building the Cape Towers. We're able to hot shot to overnight the chain to us. Got the old chain torn apart, got the new one put together, flew it up, and the morning after that, we were ready to rock.
So mechanically, that's called a linear roller bearing. It's where they have a bunch of rollers, cylindric bearings, right? That are basically, like you said, it's on a bicycle chain. And that's what they use as their interfacing mechanism for going up and down the tower. It's a linear roller bearing.
On like an item that was not really designed to be very serviceable.
See, rust.
To be able to come up with a scrappy plan, temp support it with cranes, get in there and boogie is like, that's like just classic SpaceX nonsense.
Don't look down.
Man, I love this docuseries. It's not just behind the scenes, it's in the scenes.
It's the day in the life of working here at Starbase. It's awesome.
Yeah. Now, if that scrappy problem solving that Steyer described inspires you, if you want to be a scrappy problem solver with us and the team here, come on over and help us build the future. All right, let's meet the rocket there on the pad, Starship version 3, the most powerful rocket ever developed, ever flown.
That's right. At just over 407 feet tall, fully stacked, it is massive. Standing at the base and looking up is like looking up at a 40-story building. Insane.
It's crazy. It's a 2-stage rocket. Both stages are designed to fly to Earth to return to Earth and fly again, making this the first fully reusable rocket ever. The bottom half, or the first stage, is the Super Heavy booster. That's the silver part at the bottom. It's powered by 33 of our newest iteration Raptor 3 engines. You see.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, Kate. They're 21 minutes out, which means that they're starting to chill down the Raptor engines. Remember I said you needed to move the propellants into stuff before you can pump stuff into it. They're chilling down the Raptor engines to prepare them for starting. That happens at 21 minutes. I'll shut up now.
Than our previous versions. Here you can see version 1 Starship on the left, V2 in the middle, and V3 on the right. That was our first flight of V3 on flight 12, and that thing just leaps off the pad.
That's right. Now, Super Heavy also has 3 grid fins now, which you can think of as aerodynamic rudders to help steer during landing. They're 50% larger than on the previous booster version and are designed to support rapid reuse and
That's
a more
nice.
stable atmospheric reentry.
At the top of the booster is the hot stage adapter. It's designed to protect the booster during separation and is now fully integrated for reusability.
And stacked right above that is our upper stage of the rocket, or stage 2, which is what we call ship. It's powered by 6 Raptor engines, 3 optimized for sea level performance, and 3 for the vacuum of space.
Ship's design could one day enable point-to-point transfer on Earth, meaning you could travel anywhere on the planet, just like an airplane, but this time in an hour or less. It's designed to carry massive orbital payloads, cargo and crew, to Earth orbit, the Moon, Mars, and beyond.
And for the first time, we're carrying real Starlink V3 satellites to space. For more on that, let's head out to California, where Tyler is standing by with the team in Hawthorne. How's it going, Tyler?
He said moron. Hey, Tyler.
Hey, thank you so much, Kate and Nate. I'm Tyler Lionquist, a Starlink business analyst here at Spacex. And for those of you who have been following along, the Starlink version 3 satellites have been designed to take full advantage of Starship's payload capacity. We're going to get our first look at those satellites today. The Starlink V3 is our next-gen satellite and includes meaningful increases in capacity, data density, and power generation. We'll be adding around 20 times the capacity into the constellation on each Starship mission as compared to the version 2 satellites that we currently launch on Falcon. That means that we'll be able to serve more people all around the world with increasingly better high-speed internet. Like all of the Starlink satellites, the V3s are built at Starlink's site in Redmond, Washington, where we already build more satellites than anyone else in the world today. The Starlink V3 sats are designed to support 1 terabit per second of downlink and 160 gigabits per second of uplink capacity. That's approximately a 10 times improvement in downlink capacity and a 22 times increase in uplink capacity from the version 2 Starlink satellite.
If you don't speak nerd, that's really good. Like, really good.
The upgraded phased arrays are fed by SpaceX's in-house developed chips that were designed to serve customers more efficiently in both densely and sparsely populated regions simultaneously. Each Starlink V3 satellite is also equipped with 6 high-capacity 400 gigabit space lasers. These 6 lasers will allow high-bandwidth traffic to flow uninterrupted between any 2 points in the world with redundant paths across a petabit laser mesh network. And if that wasn't enough, the V3s will carry 4 quad-band radio frequency backhaul antennas. These will take advantage of the Ka, E, V, and W communication bands, allowing for an 8 times improvement in
wide spectrum,
capacity compared to our V2 sats. Now,
that's all the
a lot of
broadcast
growth in
frequencies.
Capacity and capability, and as such, the new satellite design requires more power. So the solar arrays on V3 will generate approximately twice as much power as the current arrays that we fly on the V2 satellites. And they're also optimized to reduce drag in the lower orbital altitudes in which these satellites will operate. But before we operationalize these satellites, we want to put them in a flight-like environment.
Starship's
so
gotta
these
eat.
satellites were
Gotta
just
eat.
loaded into Starship yesterday ahead of today's launch. And once deployed, the Starlink team will only have about 20 minutes of flight to speed run some tests before the sats demise in the atmosphere.
Speed
Now,
run.
the team will attempt to run tests such as extending the new solar arrays and antennas, connecting with ground stations, and turning on the satellite's communication systems. And this
Somebody's
is
got
all
an angle
part of
grinder going
SpaceX's
hard at Hawthorne.
iterative
You hear that?
process to technology advancement. And from the beginning, Starlink was designed to scale rapidly and improve continuously.
Yes, digital.
From production to launch and ground infrastructure, Starlink is uniquely positioned to keep pace with rising demand around the world. In fact, just this week, we rolled out the next generation Starlink kit V5, which is built for reliable, high-speed home internet.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
No. Yeah, Tyler has 2 separate eye colors. It's pretty cool, man. What is it called? Heterochromia? I think it's what that's called. Yeah, that's the stuff. This is also the music we can't. Man, I'm not good on the keeping the music muted today. We can't. It'll claim this music, which kind of sucks. I'm just gonna have to mute this part of the VOD, so.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Thank you, Kalani. Yeah, Tim has that. Yeah, Tim Dodd has that too. The occasional Astro Boy.
Kits, new Starlink satellites.
We loved him, by the way.
Also got development work
I'm a big fan.
on an entirely new satellite, our AI data center satellite, StarMind. I actually got to sit down recently with Elon and our director of satellite engineering, Ian Dahl. We covered a whole lot of stuff. The focus really was on the 3 limiting factors to making data centers in space a reality. The first factor we really dug into was needing way more mass to orbit. We're talking megatons, and that's where Starship comes in by combining full reusability, massive payload capacity that's essential to launch the number of satellites that we're talking about, because we plan to deploy up to 1 million AI satellites, and those are going to function as orbital data centers, leveraging Starship for that high volume, low cost launch. There's a couple of reasons why moving data centers to space has some pretty immediate advantages over building them here on Earth, which takes us to our next limiting factor, and that's power generation. Because guess what? It's always sunny in space. Satellites can harness near constant solar energy. I mean, you're tapping into an energy source that becomes the only way to scale if AI continues to grow at the pace that it is, especially when you contrast it with all of the challenges we see here on Earth. Within about 2 to 3 years, we believe space-based AI compute will become the lowest cost option as launch costs drop and Earth-based power constraints grow. So it's going to just transform how our planet powers AI. And to unlock all of that, we get to our third limiting factor. We need to make significantly more chips, and we got to do it fast. And that's where we're going with Terafab. This is going to be the most epic chip building effort ever. And we say epic. You just look at the scale of this thing. That's the size of a Tesla Gigafactory, about 10 million square feet. We need to think bigger. We're looking at about 100 million square feet, so you're talking 10 gigafactories worth of space. It all sounds a bit fantastical, a bit out there, but all of this together represents a step towards becoming a galactic civilization, harnessing more power from our nearest star, supporting the reality-shifting AI applications that are coming, and advancing humanity's multiplanetary future. So if you want to learn more about that, you can watch that full conversation on our website at SpaceX.ai/StarMind.
Yes.
So a lot of really cool stuff coming. Kate, you're looking pretty sweet, but first things first, Flight 13.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The future is built on progressive steps like today's test. Now, let's dive into the flight profile.
Right, so today we'll be starting with liftoff of Pad 2 here at Starbase. Super Heavy will ignite those 33 Raptor 3 engines, and we will then power through ascent ahead of our hot stage separation, which is when the booster will shut down all but 5 engines at the bottom. Stage 2 will then light its own Raptor engines, pushing off of Super Heavy and starting that hot stage separation. We will then have the directional booster flip, with Super Heavy igniting those 33 Raptor engines. And after coasting for a few minutes, the booster will then target a landing burn and splash down a few miles off the coast of Starbase.
Ship keeps the fun going with its ascent burn to a suborbital trajectory. We then deploy those 20 Starlink V3 satellites, and we plan to relight a single Raptor engine. Re-entry then follows a few minutes later, which should provide some amazing views via Starlink of the ship's blistering re-entry through the Earth's atmosphere. A plasma blanket will form around the vehicle, and this never fails to provide epic scenes as the vehicle comes back. And lastly, we'll conclude today's test with a landing flip, landing burn, and a splashdown in the Indian Ocean. And
all right, dudes, real quick, on the Twitch side of things, I can control when those pre-roll ads come through. So we're gonna run ads over on Twitch, just so if you're not subscribed, I don't ask for subs, I earn them. So you don't want to subscribe, that's fine, I don't care, it doesn't bother me. But what I will do for you is run ads now on Twitch, so you don't get an ad during the ascent, because it would suck, like if somebody was coming in late and sees, you know, the thumbnail of the rocket launching, and then they click on the stream and then here's ads, and then by the time they're done, the rocket's in space. We don't do that. We don't do that here. So I'm going to run those ads now over on the Twitch side of things, dudes. Yeah, to make sure you get an uninterrupted view of this thing flying up into space. So I'll see you on the other side. Dino gifted 5 subs.
Oh, this is space.
Thank you.
I'm in space.
Tech had a 72-month resub in there as well, and Eutychus cheered 5 bits. Thank you very much.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Geese and Gifted 10. They're going YouTube. They're going crazy over there in the Twitch chat. They're going crazy with the cheese whiz.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
90-minute window. It opens right at 5:45 p.m. Central Time. Looking good
Thanks,
to hit
Rip.
that right at the top. Back over to you guys.
Daniel.
Thanks, Dan.
This is space.
Now,
I'm in
as
space.
teams
Hey,
prepare
Tier
for
260,
today's
you got
launch
your worm
from
logo.
Texas, work is also continuing on the other side of the Gulf in Florida, where Starship will soon be launching
This is
potentially
space. I'm
later
in
this year.
space.
That's right. Starship flights from Florida will initially lift off from Launch Complex 39A at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. Teams are working through Starship system activations, performing initial tower chopstick motion tests, confirming the operation of the hold downs on the launch mount, and performing multiple integrated tests of the propellant farms, water farm, diverter, and launch mount.
Dude, that
With
thing.
Starship coming to 39A, the launch complex will
What's up, Squared?
soon have
3
two
LRD.
operational pads for two very different rockets with Starship
This is space.
and Falcon
I'm in
Heavy.
space.
It has been awesome to see the 39A Starship program come to life over several years, and it's going to be exciting to soon see a Starship launch from this historic pad.
Yeah, we're super excited.
Thanks for all the resubs, guys. I appreciate it.
SpaceX's only pad in Florida, just a few miles down the coast at Space Launch Complex 37. The
This is
first
space.
of
I'm in
two
space.
Guys are
Starship
going
launch
bananas
pads
over
at
there.
that site is quickly taking shape. Pad 37A is targeted to be ready for flight
Dude.
operations early next year, which
Discovery,
is
go at
very
throttle up.
fast considering we only started construction on
You guys
the pad
broke
in
the alerter.
November.
I'm shutting that
This
off.
year, teams have worked through ground preparations at the pad and fuel farms while also fully excavating the flame trench for Pad 37A. In June, stacking began
broken.
of the launch and catch tower, and you can see that there on your screen. And we have plans to complete that stacking in the coming weeks.
And a few miles west of Pad 37 is our Cape Giga Bay, where all Starship vehicles in Florida will be processed for flight.
Heavy metal rain.
Recently, teams finished
Lurker.
erecting all of the building
Thanks, guys.
steel and are now working to finish the exterior of the structure. In the coming weeks, SpaceX will complete activation of the first crane in the building, set up the
Dude.
first integration stands, and
Yup.
complete platform work
Over on
to be
YouTube.
ready
Gifted
for
a Memby.
supporting the
Dude,
first
look at that.
Starship vehicles that will arrive in
Oh,
Florida.
that was cool.
We'll transport the rockets from Texas to Florida, and honestly, it's just going to be so exciting to see a Starship take flight from the Space Coast. Especially exciting as I had the opportunity to play a role in the Starship Cape program in my previous role, so
That's pretty awesome.
pretty awesome.
Yeah.
All right, we're just going to get up to live here in a
Trips to the
second.
moon.
There we go.
And speaking of the moon, NASA recently announced
Thank
the
you, Crunch.
Artemis 3 crew for the next moon mission. Let's head back up to Dan for more on that.
Yeah, thanks, Kate. I mean, we're not going to take a minute. We're not going to take a minute to nerd out a little bit about the moon. So
I like nerding
NASA
out.
just announced the Artemis 3 mission. That's going to be a crewed demonstration flight into low Earth orbit designed to demonstrate a lot of the critical systems needed for future lunar landings. We've got our astronaut crew, 3 from NASA, 1 from the European Space Agency. Randy Bresnik, Luca Parmitano, Frank Rubio, and Andre Douglas are going to crew that mission slated for 2027. That's going to be the penultimate mission, the final test before Artemis attempts to put astronaut boots back on the moon for the first time since 1972. For our part, we're going to be launching a Starship with a docking port on the nose so we can practice rendezvous and docking with the crew inside of Orion. One of our key test objectives is going to come after docking, where we're going to be able to test out the maneuverability of both vehicles while they're connected.
Dan, come back.
This has some extra importance as the revamp plan for the Artemis landing missions are going to use Starship to do the burn that sends astronauts to the moon from Earth orbit. And one other cool ad that just came out today, NASA is going to be putting 2 SpaceX mini lasers on Orion to connect it to our Starlink constellation, where we already use thousands of lasers today. And they're going to be doing that with the goal of enabling 4K imagery and video from the spacecraft while they're in space. So a lot of excitement planned for next year as we all work together to send humans back to the moon, begin building a moon base, get to that future where anybody that wants to go to the moon is going to hopefully be able to go to the moon. So lots of really cool stuff to come. For now, though, we're at T-minus 6 minutes, 18 seconds into today's launch, and we're getting into terminal count. So let's zoom in. So
It's pretty dope,
range
Dan.
continues to be green. Weather continues to be gorgeous. We are getting into the final stages of propellant loading on both stages of Starship.
Subs, man.
Again, we're putting liquid oxygen, liquid methane on both the booster and the ship. Ship has main tanks. It also has those small header tanks in the very top and the nose of the vehicle that we're going to fill up. We're going to close out on the ship at about 2 minutes and 10 seconds before launch, and then the booster at about 2 minutes and 50. Once we're completely done prop loading, you've got about 11.5 million pounds of liquid propellant on board both stages. Then we start to get the pad itself ready for launch. We do what's called pushbacks. That's you're clearing out all of those propellant feed lines that have been flowing from the tank farm into the tower, into the vehicles, push it back into the tank farm, and then we also start purging all of those lines with an inert gas, just getting it ready for launch. We'll do final thrust vector steering controls on our Raptor engines at about T-minus 100 seconds and then T-minus 60 seconds. If a hold is needed, shocking change, it's now going to come at T-minus 60 seconds. That's a new time. We've balanced out a couple of our final checks that happened before liftoff, and we moved them a little bit earlier before we start flying, so that time is now at T-minus 60. That's the point where we can pause to wait. We'll only hold there if there's an issue, and we can recycle back.
Minus 60 seconds passes, a number of events.
So they switched the hold gate from 40 to 60.
Both the ship and booster will configure their comm systems for flight and will rapidly run leak checks on gas and fluid tanks. The booster will also go to internal power, and its engines will get its final priming for launch, while the ship's engines begin their ascent bleed profile, and it arms the automatic flight safety system. There's a lot of mechanical activations on the tower side as well, with one critical step, unlatching the quick disconnect feeding propellant into the ship.
And once T-minus 60 seconds has passed, there is still the ability to rapidly recycle the count under certain conditions back to that T-minus 60 second hold point. We can hold there and assess what happened and if teams can proceed again to T0. We've got about 5 to 8 minutes of hold time, and that will largely be driven by the propellant temperatures that we see on the vehicle while holding. The flame diverter on pad 2, which you can see the side profile of it there on your screen, that activates at T-minus 17 seconds, and if we trigger a hold after that, it will result in a scrub for the day. So we're now just under 3.5 minutes until liftoff.
Why would you say that?
Joined. We're planning to deploy 20 of our Starlink V3 satellites. These are
Thank you for
real
watching,
V3s
everybody.
on
Thanks for all the
boards.
gifted
That's
subs over
exciting.
on
We also
Twitch.
would like
Thank
to
you.
perform
Appreciate it.
a Raptor in-space relay as well.
That's right, and actually on the screen now you're seeing an awesome view of our pad.
Thank you, Lex.
And the clouds that you're seeing coming off of our fuel tank farm,
on YouTube.
all now being used for its second time here for Flight 13.
South of that, O-Force.
All right, so we're through the 3-minute mark. So we should be closing out prop load on the booster any second now, and then the closeouts on the ship will come just a little bit after that. Again, we're looking a little over 11.5 million pounds of propellant on both of these vehicles. We are not currently tracking any holds on the board, which is always
2 minute, 30
news.
seconds.
Reminder, we have that built-in hold at T-minus 1 minute. We're only going to stop there if we run into an issue where we need a couple of minutes to hang out. But right now, we have no holds on the board. So a lot on deck for Starship, the second flight of Starship version 3. Booster version 3, Raptor 3, looking to get off the pad here in 2 minutes.
Two minutes. All right, guys. I'm gonna be watching.
So we are closing the film.
I'm gonna be watching everything here. You kind of have to be a little bit eagle-eyed to see if something weird happens on the way up or the way down. So I'm just gonna key in the SpaceX cast and thrust vector control. Check out. See the engines moving? That's pretty cool. And they make that noise too. Seriously, electronic thrust vector control.
We just got through those. Okay, so we are.
All right, I'm just gonna do one more thing up to live, and then we're good.
Listen in. Again, not tracking a hold, so we should move right past T-minus 1 minute. If we recycle back to it, we'll figure out why.
See you on the other side, chat.
Counting down. So
no catch
let's
temps.
Go. T-minus 1 minute. Let's listen in. Let the rocket do the talking. See if
60
we get a
seconds
Starship off the pad today. We did trigger a hold.
60-second hold gate. Reindeer, that's new. That's the second flight with the redesigned ring. It's a
So
hot
again,
staging
we have
ring.
this hold built in. We've got a couple of checkouts that are going to happen on the vehicle and the pad that we've got to clear. A lot of it's tied to essentially the different pressures that are in the systems that are feeding prop into the vehicles. Looks like we are getting ready to reset that hold though. And the clock is rolling.
Hold gate cleared, 55 seconds. $40. $30. $20. DSS activation. $10. Pad deluge is on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Hold. Uh-oh. Hold. Bad ignition sequence.
And we did trigger a hold right at startup there. You saw we got a hold on the booster.
Computer
stick
caught
with us
something.
for a second.
That was an aborted attempt. The computer caught something. That was definitely an onboard control system that that said no.
That aborted our liftoff as we were starting to light those Raptor engines. As a reminder, since we already turned the diverter on, we are going to be scrubbed for the day. The team's already starting to pull for offload of both vehicles, so starting to get the prop off.
Yeah, they don't have enough water in the pad to turn the deluge on again.
We'll take a little bit of time to look into what triggered that abort. Usually we'll take some data review for all of our teams. But again, we did abort on the startup of the booster. So we weren't tracking any holds moving in to those final seconds into that final minute. But that is going to be a scrub for the day. So the team's now moving into commodity offload. We're going to take the methane and the oxygen off of both Starship and Super Heavy.
Kate jinxed it. Kate said scrub. And I don't want no
results
scrubs.
you're looking for, but we've got vehicle there still on the pad. And they're
It
going to
didn't
get
blow
these
up, though,
commodities offloaded.
so that's
We'll
good.
Take some time, dig into what triggered that abort once the booster was igniting to launch. And then we'll figure out what our path forward is going to be. Again, if you're just jumping in, we're not going to be launching today. We got all the way down to startup, triggered a hold on the booster.
Yeah, don't go chasing waterfalls.
And that
They
shut
don't have
down the
enough water
engines
to
right
do
as
it.
they were starting to ignite. All right, so at this point, they're going to get into offload. We're going to get all the methane, all the oxygen off the vehicle, and then we'll figure out next steps. So, no Starship launch today. We'll dig in with the teams, figure out what happened, and figure out when our next attempt is going to be. And obviously, we're going to keep you updated as well. So we'll dig into what our recycle time is, when we're going to be able to try again. Be sure to follow us on X at SpaceX. We're going to share updates there as soon as more information becomes available and when we can get back for flying. So thanks for tuning in today. Hopefully, we'll be back real soon for Flight 13 and another
Lars don't
attempt
look happy.
to get Starship off the pad. Thanks, everybody.
So that was a bad ignition sequence. So if anybody here is familiar with you're familiar with cars, you've ever put a tire on a car, you have to tighten down the lug nuts in a certain pattern to make sure that the tire seats correctly on the hub and it gets, it doesn't get tightened down on one side first. You have to ensure it gets tightened all in a certain way so it's flat up against the hub. If not, the tire comes off going down the road. Not ideal. With rockets, there's an ignition sequence system. And you have to activate the engines in a very certain way for the exact same reasons. You don't want to activate all the engines on one side and have the whole rocket go even for a split second in one direction or the other. Now, SpaceX has a 33 engine ignition sequence, and we're talking the stagger time here. It's in milliseconds between ignitions on each engine. Now, with that all being said, during ignition there, yeah, I have experience with that. Yeah, you didn't need to bring that up, but all right. Now let's take a look. So this is the replay here. Let's see what we got. Right there is going to show what engines are good and what's not. I saw 29. So we had 1, 2, 3, 3, and 4. There, 4 of the engines didn't go, and whatever caused 4 of those engines to not go screwed the ignition sequence, and the computer said, "Nah, now we're not doing that." Yeah, we're not doing that. And because the computer didn't see nominal thrust out of like all the engines on, right? It didn't issue the command to let the rocket go, to separate. So, lift off, right? It didn't tell it to do it. It scrubbed immediately. There is an onboard computer. NASA calls it the auto sequencer, automated launch sequencer, ALS, or auto sequencer. SpaceX has something like that. They probably don't call it the auto sequencer. They probably just call it startup sequence, I think is what they call it. And their sequencer absolutely saw that there was a condition where 4 engines didn't ignite. Now, here's the real star sequencer. Oh, God. Now, here's the real thing here. Did those engines not start, or did they explode? Usually, when you go to start an engine and nothing happens, the next thing that happens is it pops. Now, it's hard to say whether it exploded or not. I didn't see anything, but it's tough to see it from this angle. Just because this says 4 engines are out doesn't mean that those 4 engines, were commanded to not start. All right. They could have broke. And if they did, we're not launching tomorrow. Here, let me listen to this again real quick, dudes. Let me listen to it. As weird as that sounds, I'll be able to tell you if they exploded just by listening. You'll hear an audible pop. Rocket engines, when they break, it's not like, they're kind of working. It's like popcorn. It's either the kernel or popped. Rockets aren't like partially working. They either explode or they don't. It's really kind of one or the other. So let me listen. No engines popped. Nothing broke there. They went to start and they didn't start for some reason. The computer commanded them to shut off. That's software. Software told it to not light those engines. There were some off nominal conditions with those engines and the computer saved it. If we go back and listen to this again, dudes, and there was some audible explosion, you would have heard the initial overpressure, and then you would have heard 2 big pops right after it, or 4 big pops where the engines decided to not engine anymore. But we didn't hear anything like that. I hear pretty clean ignition there from the engines that did light. It's just, how can you hear if it's a clean ignition? It's just a constant, noise. It's just constant, mic overdrive. It's really easy to spot if you listen to it a lot. I don't know if it's necessarily a hard start, Ryan. It's possible. I'm wondering if those engines broke. I don't think they broke. It sounds like they just didn't start. Let me hear it again. Yeah. Spicy wet dress. Could have been a hard start for other engines. It doesn't sound like it, dude, but let me think again. Let me check again. Do you think the engines that didn't start were the ones that were on Booster 19 during its failed static fire? People over in the Twitch chat are saying that too, JC. I mean, it's possible. It looks like we had 29 out of 33, Laz, from over there. The NSF replay sounds different. Space Pope? Yeah, let's, give me one sec. Yeah, we saw, so Starship went to fly, guys, and they went to command 33 engines to start, and they got 29 out of 33. The threshold is 30. You won't be able to generate enough upward thrust if you don't have at least 30 engines going. Ideally, you want 33. It looks like the onboard computers saw that 4 engines didn't light, and they said, no, I'm not launching today, bye. Task failed successfully. Bing, bong, boom, bong. So, yeah, it's always shady when you're going to ignite 33 engines. So, you know, the fact that they have, SpaceX has control systems on there that saw 4 bad engines and didn't let the vehicle go is a pretty good testament to how serious they take this. Do you think it means no attempt tomorrow too? So, Laz, it very much depends on what caused those engines to not start. There's something with... Okay, so what you need to know about rocket telemetry here is that there's trends, there's rates, and then there's gates. Okay? No, I didn't mean to rhyme there. So, normally a rocket needs to be at the right temperature. It needs to have the right head pressure. So it needs to have, you need to have the feed pressure. Your pressure inside of the pipes going to a rocket engine need to be a certain pressure. You need to have head in the pipe. That's what it's called. So the head pressure needs to be right. The propellants need to be at the right temperature. The turbine machinery has to be cooled to the right temperature. You have to have good pressure in the lines. You have to have your pneumatic nitrogen systems need to be working. Your ETVC needs to be working. They tested the ETVC, so that's probably not the problem. But, right, that's all criteria. Each one of those things has nominal temperatures and pressures, right? What the head pressure is for Raptor, I have no idea. If I knew that information, I'd work for SpaceX. And if I did work for SpaceX, I wouldn't be telling you, right? No offense, right? So they have to have the right pressure. That pressure occurs in a nominal range. It has to be pretty close. So, like, when I say you have gates, that means you have nominal parameters here. You have an upper echelon of what that pressure can be and a lower echelon of what that pressure can be. If it's anything outside of there, it creates what's called a red line condition in telemetry, meaning don't fire it. The computer saw the red line condition. That's my guess. It saw a red line condition on the engines, and it didn't go. Now, here's the thing, dudes. Why? What causes that? Right? That's going to be the harder question to answer here. What caused that red line condition for it to be on 4 out of 33 engines? Now, if I had to guess, putting my money on it, I would say that it's probably head pressure that probably did it. They did change around. They did change around some things. Well, I don't know. Look. Hello, Gravity. Elon post. It could be pressure. It could be temperature. Elon says some of the engines didn't start, triggering an automatic launch. So when he said that so here's the thing. That's what I'm talking about. When he says the engines didn't start, right? That means the computer gave them the command to start, and it tried to start it, but then a subsystem computer saw that the parameters weren't right and didn't go through with didn't light the igniter. Okay? Any of you guys ever use a propane grill? Use the damn propane grill, boy. So what do you don't do with a propane grill? if you turn the propane tank on and then turn all the valves all the way to full, what do? You don't throw a match in there and do that, because the rocket engine will do that. It'll do that if you don't ignite with the right conditions, right? You'll lose some arm hair, you'll lose a couple of eyebrows. In the rocket's case, you'll lose the whole thing, right? That happens with rockets. That can happen. So once again, if your pressures and temperatures are not correctly, you can essentially, are not correct, you can flood the engine essentially. And if you flood the engine and hit the igniter, that creates what's called a hard start condition. Hard start conditions on your grill make you lose some eyebrows and some arm hair. Hard start conditions on the rocket make the thing blow up. Yeah, hard start conditions are not good. You do not want to get a detonation during a startup sequence. That's why there's very, very strict control parameters on these rocket engines when they go to do the ignition sequence. It's very important to get that right and to not hard start an engine. So, what do you do here? Well, Dan said they have to go sifting through the telemetry here. Honestly, there's a pattern. There's obviously a pattern to it, because look at what engines started and what engines didn't, right? Like, and I will go back and check out the NSF sounds in a second, but it's very clear that... Oh, hold on. It skipped. Watch. Okay. Ooh, wait a minute. I didn't see that before. Hold on. Read Lahiz's message. There's too many people for me to go back and see messages, dudes. There's 1,700 of you in here. Please, bear with me. I'm totally speculating here, but those 4 engines that didn't start might have the new relight improvements, which affect startup, so they might have more strict criteria in the engine. Maybe a sensor. Yeah. That is a possibility, yes. But I mean, it's possible that those relight conditions triggered an abort, but if the relight condition, this isn't a relight condition. This is just a light condition, so... Mafia, 3-month membership over on YouTube. I definitely think they're going to destack for checkouts. Elon on Twitter said that the next launch will be in a few days. Here, let me refresh this so we can get the VOD, so we can play it back here. Nope, come on. Yeah, okay. Give me 1 sec. I gotta review this. The engine has the same parameters, though. How do you know? How do you know that? Does it? Are you asking? Are you telling me? Or are you guessing? Yeah, Luke, I saw it. Elon said some of the engines didn't go. Yeah, right there. So, my other thing is that, okay, so relight conditions are obviously for the center 13 engines, the 3 tri-engines in the center and the inner ring of 10, right there, right? Why would you put relight parameters on 4 out of the 10 engines on the inner ring? Just, I'm asking questions. You know what I mean? Just a guess, since they have said multiple times R3 startup is really strict. No, I think your guess is good for what it's worth. Yeah, that was scary. Yeah, super heavy scares me, Vibe Chaser. Yeah, super heavy scares me. Guys, we didn't see it. We didn't get to see it fly today, but dude, it is a true monster of a launch vehicle. Like that thing, it's scary. Crazy to think that this is the first time Starship had an abort at ignition. I mean, Liz, I do think you're onto something. They changed the parameters, obviously, from last time. Crafty Geek, thanks for the 1,000 bits. And Ryan, thanks for the bits, too. That could be a D-stack, you think. Yeah, dude. It's possible. Guys, this doesn't tell me... See that right there? That doesn't tell me software or parameters. Well, no, it doesn't tell me software. What that tells me is head pressure. Look, if it was just a random amount of engines, but you see how it's 2 and 2? That tells me that those engines didn't get the proper amount of liquid fuel and oxidizer during their ignition. I really hope that I'm wrong there, because that means that means whatever conditions you put the engines in are creating a hardware problem, which is bad. Now, hardware problems are a little bit harder to fix than a software issue, right? Yeah, I mean that's what I mean. I think you're onto something with the parameters. It's definitely really tight parameters, and that's what SpaceX is going to have to figure out. They have to figure out where the red line condition was. Where did they exceed the gates, and with what stat? You know what I mean? Why can't they store more water for the deluge? Aeronaut, long story short, the pad, the edge of the pad used to be right there. Edge of the pad used to be right there, but you could see all this graded area out here. They've doubled the size of the launch area. The amount of land was the huge constriction for the water systems. There will be a much bigger water system here to avoid this exact problem, pretty much right in this. I actually think it's right here, but I don't know. I'd have to go look. I mean, static fire went well. Yeah, no, it went great. Well, I mean, I would argue that that's not great, but... Apparently someone in the control room said engine temperature when Dan was talking. At 3613. Let's listen. Aeronaut, thank you for gifting the subs. Appreciate it, man. I'll turn the alerter back on, guys. We're good now. Let's listen.
So we did trigger a hold on the booster that aborted our liftoff as we were starting to light those Raptor engines.
It's hard to... I don't know if that's what was said, guys.
So we did trigger a hold on the booster that aborted our liftoff as we were starting...
He said, it sounded like he said engine chill, which means, yeah. Engine chill down is the thermal conditioning of Raptor engines. Yeah, I will, Lumpy. Give me a second, dude. So, Liz, my other question here is that if they did change their engine parameters, dude, if they did change their relight parameters, do you think they would have used those parameters during the 24-second static fire? 24-second static fire sequenced correctly. Really interesting because they were saying that they didn't see anything leading into it. Yeah, Justin, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm hesitant to say that it could be conservative gates and the parameters because these gates all this stuff would have been tested when they static fired the booster. So what changed? Well, there's a ship on top. That definitely changes things. But does that necessarily change your booster plumbing parameters? Not really. It wouldn't make sense to change your parameters from the stack fire to actual flight. Bingo. There's also water spraying now. If it was temps, why would they wait until some engines ignite before shutdown? All right, Warthog. Good night, buddy. Yeah, interesting. This is a little bit of a conundrum here, huh? Let's think about it for a second. I saw it, Vargon. I have it. I have the ticker up there above. It's yeah. The deluge looked out of balance. Rose, I think that's just one on one side there's like concrete and the other side there's grass. John, you said you wish this thing would blow up. You know losers wish for other people to fail, right? Just food for thought. Run more ads for us. Make some money. I mean, if you guys want, I'll run another one. I hate ads, dudes. I can't stand them. But if you insist, bro, like, I'll wait a second. You won't miss anything. I'll just sit here and keep thinking about this. Give me a second. Go ahead. I mean, I'm not going to say no if you ask me, but I don't like doing it. Do you think it's the engines from the Booster 19 aboard? Cowick, no. Honestly, once again, I was telling you guys about parameters, temperatures, pressures, and they all have to be nominal. If they were testing new start parameter, green light start parameter criteria, it would have if it was that, this problem would have shown up in the static fire. Yeah, it would have shown up in the static fire, dude. They did change the hold gate, but Dojo, yeah. I'm talking to Nathan. Give me 1 second. Watching your stream with Turbo supports you, right? Sure, man. Dude, you being here supports me, Yoshi. I don't give a frick if you sub. I don't ask for subs. I earn them. I earn my subscriptions. I don't beg for it, right? Like, I know that's not what you're doing with Turbo, right? But yeah, even you being here is a damn good compliment. That's pretty good, man. There's plenty of ways to get good entertainment nowadays, you know, between all the different streaming services, YouTube, whatever. You chose this stream, dude. That means a lot to me. I don't forget that stuff.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Yeah, I guess if the parameters are more strict to make lighting R3 more safe for themselves, then you might have a successful startup every time. If the prep that has not yet had enough learnings to make it perfect. Yeah. Hey, Catching, thanks for the $5. I appreciate it. All right.
Go at throttle up.
Let me. Where are we? What are we doing? All right, NSF. Let's refresh this bad boy, and let me take a look here. Starbase Live should have some good uninterrupted audio. All right, let's take a listen. I'm gonna turn this up. So, hey, Red Wagon, thanks, dude. I'm just going to mute the alerter, too, for a second here so we don't get a... Thanks, Neeper. I appreciate it, man. It doesn't matter, Smoke the Balloon. I'll learn it. I don't think there was a hard start here, Monish. I don't think they even got that far. I think the computers safed it before that happened. The heck? They scavenge a lot of the methane, digital. Well, that's the ignition sequence, Mars. No, JC, I don't think we got that information. I don't know, Drew, maybe. Do you think the 4-minute hole was to get the engines to the nominal temperature? Michigan, that's a astute observation. Probably. That may have had something to do with it. No problem, Blas. All right. Clock is set for tomorrow. Got it. But it's an automatic 24 reset, guys. Hang on. Let me listen. I'm turning this up. It's okay, John. Don't worry about it. Oh. Oh, Ryan may have been right. That did not sound good, dude. Oh, no. That's not. All right, listen. So this is going to be a little bit of weird audio because I'm going to pause it, stop. Well, I suppose we could play it slow. It's going to sound ridiculous and fragmented, but listen, this is going to sound weird, but yeah, I don't like that at all. All right, here we go. So it's going to take a second for the sound to get to the microphones from the cameras. So that's the spin. You hear it? Ignition. Listen to it at 25 speed is really not going to help. Let's listen to it at 1.0 again. I'm going to back it up just a little bit. We'll just go through the whole thing again. Yeah, Justin, I know. I'll just scrub back between the YouTube video. I thought that 2.5 speed might do good, but it doesn't. I'm not going to see that one through. Does the flashing on the bottom left indicate anything? It indicates that the engines are on, dude. I'm gonna just skip ahead here. All right. Oh. You'd have to compare it with the other sounds of other launches. Justin, this is not. So, ready? Engines on, engines off. That noise. That came right after that. Not good. That's not a good noise. You don't want to hear that. Like I said, it sounds like a pop. It sounds like a balloon popping. Except it's not a balloon. Rocket engines make that noise when they break. That's not from residual. Residual what? Propellants? Jackal, if there's residual pellets in the rocket engines during a shutdown sequence, they do burp, but what you're doing is if you don't have if you're not creating a vacuum, right? The residual propellants, the just residual propellants can create detonations during a shutdown sequence on a rocket engine inside of the combustion chamber. And if you have a detonation inside of that and you have a det wave hitting your injector plate, that's death. Yeah, that's bad for it. I don't know, man. That second, judging from the Starbase live microphones, that second pop after the initial overpressure and ignition, that's not a good sound, dude. It didn't sound like a Raptor popped, though. Okay. Me gives technical explanation about why that could be a thing. Chat, no. Okay. Here, I'll load up the straight
thing that happened.
The straight NSF launch stream. There's Alex, my guy. Let me see. Let's go back a little bit here. Let's see what they heard. Okay.
Thank you, Sawyer, and thank you for tuning in.
Thank you, Ryan. I don't think he can hear me.
Ship.
Right, they went into the hold gate. They released the hold. All right, let's listen. I'm going to shut up for a second.
10 seconds to launch. Here comes the water deluge system. Water is in the trench. There's the top deck. We have ignition. And we have an abort. Starship is not launching today.
I don't know. That sounds like popping to me.
Hopefully we get that go
30
for
seconds. 15 seconds.
Sounds like an echo? Maybe.
We have ignition. And we have an abort.
So the other thing, and I see you guys have been saying this. I just been listening. I'm listening with my eyes closed here. Watch. I saw it. I saw what you guys are saying. So look. So there's your initial. That's initial ignition. That's right. Watch. Engines off. See? No more flame. Uh-oh. See that? That's the pop. And that doesn't necessarily correlate with the sounds that we heard, but... And... let me watch it again. I mean, guys, let me be real. Hard starting a Raptor, okay, if the engine popped, swap it out. A week? Take a week? Probably less. No, but that's not a big deal. Like, I'm not trying to concern troll here. Like, oh no, it might blow. No, hard starts happen. SpaceX, what, do they not have enough Raptor engines? Just swap it out and we'll put another one on there. Whatever. I mean, sometimes in some very, very, very rare edge cases, a rocket engine can tank a hard start, but it's very unlikely. Does that damage the engines? Yes. John, these hard start scenarios that I keep telling you about usually result in the rocket engine exploding. Very violently, might I add. That's why that secondary flash and the secondary pop that I heard after your initial ignition event is kind of making me a little uneasy.
We have ignition. And we have an abort. Starship.
It's right after Ryan says we've had an abort. There's like a very, very low frequency boom. Like that popping boom noise is, yeah, that's it's kind of muffled almost. It doesn't sound good, man. If they swap it, are they going to static fire again? It's possible. Could the second flash be a quick purge of fuel after the shutdown? What's purging the fuel? Did you see the big puff coming out the hot staging ring? Yeah, following. So this stuff right here and the vent, the cowbell vents on the side of Super Heavy, that's a control system. It let the check valves go. Because, well, they're not check valves, they're just valves. It vented the tanks. The reason why you do that is because in an abort scenario, you want to get the vehicle out of flight configuration as fast as possible. The reason why you want to do that is because if there's a fire, it could end very poorly. So you immediately start moving into prop offloading procedures and tank venting. That's what you see right here. Now, yes, that is methane that they are venting. You can vent a little bit of it, but you don't want to vent a lot of it. Can residual fuel in the nozzle's cooling channels? Unlikely. There's nitrogen purging systems. At least it didn't New Glenn. Yeah, Ryan, the more I listen to this, the more I'm like, that's not great.
We have ignition.
Specifically.
And we have an abort.
That.
Starship.
Did you hear it? Right after Ryan said abort, there was a... It sounded like... It kind of sounds like the same noise, like if you like hit somebody with a pillow, that like puff noise. That's a low frequency sound. That's the sound that rocket engines make when they explode. Granted that was a significant amount of time after initial ignition. They purged it and it flashed off. You guys keep talking about purging engines, etc., and having residual propellants flashed off. Okay, just to make sure we're all on the same page here, that is exactly what you're trying to avoid. The residual propellants that you guys are talking about purging out, and oh, what if it flashed off? That flashed off can create detonations inside of the engine during a shutdown, and that doesn't qualify as a hard start, more like a hard stop, right? But same problem. These engines need the exact feed rate. It needs to be perfect. Like it has to have the exact right head pressure, your injector plate pressure for fuel and oxidizer. It needs to be perfect, like within like a nominal deviation of a couple PSI. You go outside of those parameters, even for like a split second, the rocket engine can explode. It's possible. That does happen. So you guys are like, oh, what if it's just a residual? Dude, it's not a lawnmower, okay? It's a rocket engine. You have some residual fuel, you don't get the carb tune right on your lawnmower, you go to shut it off and it pops. Oh, no big deal. When you shut your lawnmower off, that same thing happens with this, it blows up. I mean, it could be a lawnmower. I mean, it did probably mow the grass, like right in here where the engine's, I still believe the popping noise is heard just after ignition. The low thumping, I believe, is the same popping, but picked up on a mic at a greater distance, hence the low frequency. It's possible, Scott, yeah. I mean, that muffled noise aside, dude, this...
Hopefully we get that go
30
for
seconds.
That... The flash on, flash off, that... Okay, so here's what I would do if I was in mission control. I would be looking at that telemetry. Why did it do that? Why did it flash? If you lit some rocket engines, right, and then the computer realized what was going on and shut some down, there shouldn't be an additional pop like that, at least not one that violent. The water system in the pad is equipped with something called a DSS, which is a detonation suppressor, guys. And, if there is residual, the DSS should snuff the flames out. I'm sorry, I should have told you that before. I don't know why I didn't. Forgive me on that one. That's my bad. The DSS should be able to snuff out residual. But there ideally shouldn't be any. What PSI is the chamber pressure on these things? Couple hundred bar? They're pushing 300 bar, NORAD, which is... give me 1 second. That is 4,400 PSI. And it can't deviate. You can go with a lower chamber pressure. You can do a slightly lower chamber pressure. With the sea level Raptors, you could probably have a little bit of deviation there. But do hard start conditions happen right at ignition, or are they spottable beforehand by the onboard computer? The computer can catch it if it's fast enough, Justin. We're talking milliseconds here. Here. Let me show you what hard starts do to rocket engines. I can show you one in slow motion. Trying to find him. Can you compare the audio to the aborted static fires on Flight 12? We could, yes. I haven't gotten that far. Transport stand is rolling back to the roadblock. So, fellas, at the very least, we need to get eyes. SpaceX needs to get eyes on that booster. Yeah, at the very least, that's not great. All right, so let me show you what a hard start looks like with a rocket engine. So this is coming from a YouTube user, Gary Kelly. This is a methane combustion chamber. Well, it's the bottom part of the rocket engine. So check this out. Oh, that's too far. Hang on. All right, so this is not a Raptor engine, but this is a pretty good enough analog here, okay? So if you notice, your injector plate is right here. This is where you deliver fuel and oxidizer. Your combustion chamber's here, and your nozzle's right here. Now, this is a developmental engine. It's not a full rocket engine. This is on a test stand. You can see all these pipes and everything going all different places. This is for instrumentation and testing. Hey, Drew. Thanks for the 5 Canadian. All right, watch. Oh, yeah, spoilers. So, what happened here? And once again, this is not what happened with SpaceX, but this is an example of what hard starting is, just in case anybody missed this. So, when a rocket engine starts, what you ideally need to do is get your fuel pumps going. You need to get the fuel pumps going, and you need to be atomizing a liquid fuel oxidizer propellant in the proper proportions for what the engine was designed for in the combustion chamber. That's what you have here. Now, keep in mind, this footage is extremely slowed down. What you're seeing here happened in a matter of seconds. So, look, the problem with this particular test is that they're atomized propellants. This stuff right here is liquid methane, liquid oxygen mixed. It's mixed in. That makes gasoline vapors in terms of flammability look like water. Okay? You have an atomized methane mixture here, and it finds heat. It found a heat source. See the blue? Methane burns blue. It found a heat source before the igniter on the engine turns on. Now watch what happens when you have a detonation wave go backwards and hit the injector plate. Not great. That's what that popping noise is that I'm worried about. It does stuff like that. Is it okay? You know what, dude? I don't think it is. That right there is your entire combustion chamber and nozzle assembly separating from the injector plate. And the reason why you see all these detonation waves is because the injector plate is still feeding propellants at this point, and those propellants are meeting an open flame and basically making a really, really spicy pulse jet. Oh, there's a piece of it. There's a piece of the nozzle over there. Yeah, see, that escalates really fast. And you want to see how quickly this happens? Watch. This is how fast this happens. This is the same footage. Same rocket engine. Give it a moment. Well, that was quick. So see how they flooded the engine with propellants? It found something. It found a heat source, and it, boom, right back into the combustion chamber. This is an example of hard starting. That's what it does. Hard starting happens when either improper propellant mixture, propellant that's flooded, that's in the engine, finds a source of ignition before your igniter goes off. It's basically the rocket equivalent of rod knock if you like cars. That's rocket rod knock. It's not great for it. If you have a detonation that meets the injector plate, it'll blow the entire engine to pieces. And it usually makes that popping noise. It sounds like a balloon popping. Was that on purpose? That was not on purpose. No. No, that was very much not on purpose. So that extra flash there looks a lot like that. It looked like if we just pop through, just watch it with no sound. You see the flames initially, and then you see another flame come after engine shutdown. Right there. Did you see it? It was real quick. This is how quick this happens. This is ignition sequences, man. Any propulsion engineer, dude, this knows this. This can escalate real quick. It can get out of hand real fast. What's the benefit of not having the igniter going as props fill the main combustion chamber? That's a good question, Turbine. If you ignite the engine before the propellants are in, before you saturate your injector plate, that's not really the right terminology. You could run the risk of going too lean or too fuel rich. Too fuel rich, you're very inefficient. Too fuel lean can make a detonation. It'll introduce, or non-uniform heating. It'll introduce an insane amount of heat into the rocket engine extremely quickly, and then it'll blow up. I highly doubt that that's what happened. I don't think that that's what happened with the Raptors. Should the deluge prevent external combustion? Should. hard starts can happen from improper ignition. It's possible. Keep in mind, guys, the rocket these Raptor engines could have tanked a detonation wave, and on the outside, they could have looked just fine. But if you go to light them again, they're going to blow up. That's what happened with Booster 18. Or not Booster 18, Booster 19. When they did the Snaggletooth test, they grenaded all those Raptor engines. Seriously, all of them. They had to replace all of them. And believe it or not, the Booster 19 static fire, where they had 10 engines on there, they grenaded all of them. They had to take them off, and guess where they are now? They're on the bottom of that booster. Just saying. Drew, do we know if there's camera views looking down into the bucket to spot any rogue engines? Also, the stands are moving back to the pad. Yeah, they're going to destack. Have you seen the SpaceX stock yet? I have the ticker going. It's, let me just switch back over to that tab. I think my dad calls that taking a bath. Aren't rocket engines basically controlled explosions? No, not well, yeah, basically, yes. Yeah, if you want to reduce it to a basic understanding, yes. A rocket engine makes an explosion and forces it through a funnel at high speed out one end. That's basically what it does. Easy peasy. But anyway, yeah, guys, we had a Flight 13 scrubbed at T-0. It scrubbed during the engine ignition sequence, which is not great. Car engines are also controlled explosions. Yeah. But that's the difference between, what is it? Oh gosh. Physics class. It's diabatic compression versus adiabatic compression. A car engine makes pulses of explosions. Boom, 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 as the piston goes up and down. A rocket is just a constant explosion. Sorry, question on equivalency to piston engine. Yeah, sure, Slackster. If you speak cars, I can teach rockets to you, just on in general PSA. Kind of sounds equivalent to pre-detonation before a spark plug fires in a piston engine. Well, yes, detonation in car engines, so rod knock, happens when the spark plug ignites when the piston is not in the right position. So, depending on your ignition timing, it could be 10, 15, 30 degrees BTDC, depending on revolutions per minute, et cetera, how you have your vacuum advance configured. There's a bunch of things, right? I mean, vacuum advance, I just dated myself there, but depending on how the computer is modulating pulse width modulation to your fuel injectors, right? That's a good way to say it. And ignition timing through the coil packs on a modern motor. Slackster, that detonation happens when the piston is either at TDC, right, or it's going down. If you have a detonation wave that hits the thing going down, that's bad for it. But if you advance your timing too far, you get an explosion you compress the explosion, and the detonation, you could potentially make a detonation if you don't have the right, if you don't have a stoichiometric fuel mixture, and that det wave could hit the piston on the way up before it reaches top dead center. And that's why they call it rod knock, because that right there is really bad for the connecting rod, the thing that connects it to the crankshaft, because it's going up and you're pushing down on it with a detonation wave. Doing that hundreds of times a second breaks connecting rods. Really badly, actually. Yeah, you can bend them pretty hard. Just in case anybody's wondering what the heck all those components were, give me one moment. So, that's this thing. See this I-beam shaped thing right here? That's a connecting rod. Okay, so you can get a detonation, right, when the piston is going up, and the det pushes against the piston, and it can bend the connecting rod. And that's why it's called rod knock, because it's knocking on the rod. Small block Chevy, in case anybody's wondering. This is out of a 283. I have an extra 283 in my shop. Want to build it? Should build it. Not today, though. This needs to be cleaned. This 283 has seen some action. So with a rocket engine, if you have a detonation wave, it's not going to hit the piston. It's going to hit the injector plate. It's bad. That's bad for it. That's very bad for it. The biggest question is why this happened on the launch day and not on the static fire test. What was changed? Lev, there's only so many things that have changed between the static fire test and now. I mean, if we go on a rifle through it, what has changed? Okay, there's a ship on the top. That's changed. Is the weather different today? I highly doubt that the weather would play that much of a factor in it unless it was like a huge temperature swing. Yeah, like I said, 283. I have that spare 283. We should build it and we should find a car. We should buy a car. I mean, because should buy a car to put it in. You know, like I have an extra engine. It has to have a home. Its natural place is in a car. Just saying. My wife would kill me. She'd kill me. I already have a car in pieces. Just in case you don't know me, I already have that project. If I rolled home with another one, I'd be in big trouble. That one's already a little bit of a time sink. A Miata. A Miata with a 283 in it would actually be pretty cool. Anyway, enough about cars for a second. Is it a 253? No, Centessi's just a straight 283 motor as far as I can tell. I'd have to go look at the casting, but every time I see the Coronet, it seems less and less complete. Hey, we needed to take more parts off. Guys, we got a post from Kate, spoiled. First full V3 static fire complete. Freaking Kate. We love Kate. Kate's awesome. You miss your 440 Coronet? I'm a Ford guy, Robert, but I don't. First of all, I don't care nowadays. Old stuff is old stuff, and old stuff is cool. All right. Second of all, I mean, at least you got to have one. I can't. You're trying to buy a 2-door Coronet right now. Have fun with that. I have a 4-door Coronet because it was cheaper, and I'll just fix that and have fun with that. Yeah, B-body is a B-body, man. I don't care. Kate also posted this. Thanks to Twitter, Circa Demo 1 Splashdown webcast can't find OP but still haunts my photo roll. Oh boy, even Kate is turning into Dan. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't need that. If you guys have any eye bleach, I would really appreciate it at this time. Didn't want to see that. Saw it, didn't want to. Yeah. Just here, we'll look at something cool instead. Here, look at my Telecaster. There, see? There, everything is fine. Bearded Kate can't hurt you. All right, you have the Telecaster. It's fine. Okay. See? Isn't that nice? Don't we all feel better? You too can become a Dan. No. Entropy, what did I say? What did I say you'd be in here regurgitating Gordon Wood, but you forgot about Vickers? No. What did I say? Everybody my age has a freaking beard. Everyone, even Kate, has a freaking beard. No. I'm not doing that. That's why I got rid of mine. All right? Everybody has a beard. We all look the same. That's weird, man. Is that not weird? I refused to be turned into Dan, okay? Dan is cool. We like Dan. But I refuse to Dan. I will not Dan. I de-danned myself. We are all Dan. The aggression will not Dan, man. Kate was never present on a fully successful launch, just saying. Oh. She did. Kate did screw us by saying this. She said the S word. She screwed us. Kate, why? Why, Kate? She said it, and I called her out on it. She didn't hear me because I am not near her, or in the same state, or in the same stream. Whatever. But, out of principle. If an engine popped, it'll be a week. Yeah. Guys, let's tie it back in. If one of these engines hard started, dude, replace it. SpaceX has plenty of Raptor engines, dude. They got plenty. It's just a very interesting failure. Now, like I said, with the booster static fire, the static fire is there to show that it works, right? That they put the booster on the stand, and I covered it for NSF. Me and Ryan watched it. We watched it work. 24-second fire. It was great. It worked then. Since then, they've taken the booster off the stand, brought it back to the production site, taken off some instrumentation and telemetry equipment, put the flight termination system on, which has nothing to do mechanically with the engine sequencer, with the ignition sequencer, and brought it back and put it on the pad and then stacked a ship on top of it. Conceivably, you wouldn't want to change any software parameters for your engines in this time between your test and your actual light. And that right there is a big red flag to me, because that... So here's the thing. Rockets are tricky, man. You could do the exact same thing during the static fire and it works fine. And then you do the exact same thing now and it doesn't work. That could be potentially showing us a failure mode for a Raptor engine. Now, whoever is the controls engineer at SpaceX really knows what the hell they're doing, because their control software caught it before it blew up the thing, right? But yeah, I would be looking through the quote unquote change logs from Super Heavy between the static fire and now and see what you did different, see what's changed. Therein will definitely lie why this happened. So once again, just in case anybody's popping in, I doubt it. More people, everybody's done right now. Just in case you were just wondering, Super Heavy, Starship Super Heavy on the 13th flight test aborted at T-0 with half of the engines on. Well, actually more than half. 90% of the engines were on. They had 4 engines that were being a little spicy from what we can tell. Now, yeah, that's a really tricky one. This is a really tricky one, guys. My guess is that they uncovered a failure mode. It didn't launch. It's still sitting on the pad right now. Could it be a problem in the quick disconnect? Maybe. Can you play the Booster 19 static fire? Yeah, give me 1 sec. I'll find it. Dude, from SpaceX's view, just real quick, from SpaceX's drone shot, this looked a little sketchy. Guys, it might be fine. It might be just engine chill parameters. Two of the engines didn't get to the right temperature. But, I mean, they did say engine chill in the cast after the abort. You know? From this angle, the double flash doesn't look nearly as bad. Yeah. From this angle, it just looks like a shutdown. Do they have enough water to try again without replenishing the tanks? No. No, that was the reason why they scrubbed. Are they starting the engines with COPVs or tank pressure? When it's on the ground, some of them are COPVs and some of them are ground side pneumatic actuation flow. It was 4, Graham. Should have used the Chevy small block. You'll get no argument from me. I mean, I would argue Ford, a small block Ford would probably be, good too. But yeah, if you look, see the ignition sequence? That's what I mean about the sequence. Let me slow it down so you can see it in slow motion. Watch. Watch. They light the engines in a very specific order. Now, what I'm wondering is did we get any asymmetry here? Okay, that's your first set of engines. That's asymmetric. There's 2 over there. Oh. You see that? You see how there's like a huge row of engines on the outer ring that are all on, and then on the other side of that ring they are not? That's bad. That's not great. You don't. It should be kind of symmetrical on your ignition sequence. In fact, right there is probably why this thing didn't let it go. Getting that kind of crazy asymmetric thrust off the pad is not a good idea. Yeah, let's look at Flight 12. I was going to look at the Booster 19 static fires, but I want to see Flight 12 because that gives us telemetry. Oh. Somebody... Look at this. There's a user, Goose, over on X that actually has the comparison up. I mean, they did change. They may have changed it because they said they screwed with it, right? Like, does it matter if the clamps are still holding down? Are the clamps still holding it down? Yeah, Drew. This thing holds super. The pad 2 holds super heavy to the pad. What are your spider senses telling you? Petrie, give me a moment. See, this is okay. I mean, I'd be wondering, like, you didn't get an ignition over here. You know what I mean? And these graphics guys are telemetry driven from SpaceX. So this is the ignition sequence. They do that on purpose. Like, I don't know, because they're cool. And I'm going to like Goose's screen here. Guys, spoiled. Okay, here's what's getting me, dude. This right there. Okay, look at the amount of engines. So like if you just drew a line right here, look at the amount of engines that are on this side versus that side. See what I'm talking about? And obviously there's the 4 right there that didn't go. But even if those had turned on, you're still in a very weird configuration where you have 4 engines on the outer ring off, right? And, you know, providing these engines actually turned on, those 2 right there and right there did not. That's just it's very asymmetric config. Now, don't get me wrong, you do get something like that with Flight 12, right? But see how Flight 12 is much more symmetrical in its ignition sequence? Doesn't the booster have an offset center of mass from the header? It's yeah, that's right, Nate. I'd be really wondering where that LOX tank is. Is the LOX tank here or is it here? How fast is the UI updating versus the real thing? Guys, I would say that this is pretty close to the ignition sequence. I mean, it's obviously not going to be exact, but that's pretty close. Don't ask me what gut feeling. Telemetry update rate may have been an issue. Read the chat. The Flight 12 graph is incorrect. I'm trying to get to my gut feeling, but people keep saying, no, that's wrong. No, this is wrong. I mean, fellas, that looks like plumbing. If that is any indication to go off of, that looks like plumbing. Now, it is possible that this revised ignition sequence, like what me and Lahiz were talking about in the Twitch chat a second ago, it is very possible that the revised ignition sequence caused a siphoning effect that could alleviate head pressure on other engines and cause a potential asymmetric start like this. Then explain the static fire. That's where my theory falls flat on its face, Spoiled. That's what I was getting to. If you let me, can I finish? Please, can I finish? Okay, I'm finished. That's where my theory falls flat on its face, dude. I don't know. Hey, Ruin, what's going on? It's going okay. I'm kind of bummed we had a scrub today, but hey, the vehicle's in one piece. It's like I was telling Nathan just a second ago. I'm like, hang on. Elon tweet. What's up? What is Elon saying? To be confident of a good flight, 2 Raptors will be removed and replaced. Most probable launch timing as early next week. Now, how do you feel about that hard start scenario that I was telling about? Actually, Ryan is the first one that said it, to be honest with you. It's all good. You launch in a few days. I'm not worried, dude. FOD? I don't think it's FOD, Anthony. Could the show a reliability issue with V3? Spoiled, that's what I really hope isn't happening, because it's, once again, static fire worked fine. And presumably the static fire has the same ignition sequence and the same parameters as the actual ignition, right? There's no way SpaceX would change that. That makes no sense. That's really, really bad testing if they did. You don't test something, make sure it works, and then change it, and then go to launch it. That's how stuff blows up, right? 2 will be removed, and 2 already removed themselves. Smarter, that's what I'm kind of worried about. I'm worried they're going to pick that booster up, and there's going to be a hole where one engine should be. Like, could be a cycle issue. That's the next thing I would think, Spoiled. Like, if these are indeed the engines that, if the engines that are being removed are the engines that were on booster 19 when it did that snaggletooth static fire and grenaded all of the motors, cycling, they could have uncovered a fatigue issue with some of the components. It's possible. You wouldn't know, right? Like, that's why this one is that's a weird problem, dudes. That's why I'm kind of sitting here going, honestly, fellas, that could be anything. It could be anything, but it's enough for them to want to take Raptors off, dude. So yeah, that tells me that there was a hard start in there. Ryan Weber was in chat. He said it right away, I think, and I was like, I'm not sure, man. And then I listened to it, and I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think he called it right off the bat, dude. I blame the milk monsters. It's elementary science. Don't blame Mary. What did Mary do? Mary's all right. Mary's just farming. Flight 12 looks more symmetrical. The sequence looks off on 13 for sure. Yeah, Z's. Once again, this is the complexity of it, guys. It's not just finding a bad parameter on the engines. You got to figure out why that bad parameter happened on the engines. And this is where fault tree analysis is what it's called in rocket science. This is where this gets complicated. What caused it to be out of sync like that? What caused the engine to be too hot? Why did that hard start happen? Did you uncover a failure mode? Was it, are these reused engines from the static fire? What was the testing regime for each one of these engines like? There's a lot of questions to ask. I mean, SpaceX seems to have it figured out. And if Elon's posting that they got to swap a couple motors out and put a couple new ones on, launch by next week, that tells me whatever they figured is something weird with Raptor engines. That tells me propulsion. Because if it was a problem with the booster's plumbing, like maybe it's a problem with the feed manifolds, right? If it was a problem with those, they wouldn't be launching next week. I don't think that's an issue now that I'm really thinking about it. Like, I still say it's Kate's fault for using the S word. Could it be stage 0 plumbing? Unlikely, Sydney. If it was something with stage 0, it would be something with the deluge systems, which we saw from the Starship docuseries. That's the reason why those engines on the booster 18 10 engine static fire, that's why they popped. Not enough water. The heat, the engines got too hot. Spin start system is on stage 0. That's a good point, Phil. That's another good point. You're right. You're right. The pneumatic actuator. Could have been that. If they don't get the turbo pump spinning up to the right RPM before it won't let the igniter go on a Raptor 3. It won't do it. That's once again the control systems engineering there. Could there be an issue that doesn't show its head until all 33 are fired? Well, spoiled. That's where I'm kind of like, because all 33 of these engines have fired in unison previously, unless they swapped an engine between the static fire and now, in which case we never heard anything about that. Sorry for repeating this, but they use V2 engine placement. They use the V2 engine placement on Flight 12 and V3 engine placement on Flight 13. Look at the engine placement. Engine placement. What are you talking about? Yeah, John, I saw it. Yep. Hey, Mr. Goose. Hey there. I'm the Goose who made that post. That wasn't said before. The graphic for Flight 13 is actually a bit different. The middle ring is rotated correctly this time. Hey, thanks, Goose. That was a great post, man. Thank you very much. Yeah, I kind of showed it on stream. I probably should have asked. That's my fault, dude. But yeah, gave credit where credit is due. But yeah, no, thank you for that, man. Super useful. After looking around, it seems like only one engine from Booster 19 on 20 that didn't start. That would be Raptor 78. Twitch chat says hi, Mr. Goose. We got a new Elon post. What did he say? I'm pretty sure this is what we've seen here. So Fighting Falcon, it seems like there's only one engine for Booster 19 on Booster 20 that didn't start, and it was 78. Interesting. So that kind of rules out those things being weird. This is a tough one, dude. This is really tough. This is an interesting problem, but that's what happens when you get into 33 engine ignition sequences. You saw it on the Ring Watcher Discord? Oh, thanks, Fighting Falcon. Yeah, those guys do good work over there. Spoiled. It's either that or it's yeah. You still think that something broke from the static fire, the wear item or something. Yeah. Shy. Yeah, that's also possible, dude. Yeah. If it's a simple engine replacement, then it may be a simple issue. Ruan, see, that's another bit of information that we have to consider here. SpaceX, Elon seems to say that it's just as simple as replacing 2 Raptor engines, which is that tells me that it's a Raptor engine problem. But it's not a crazy enough Raptor engine problem for them to be like, okay, don't try to go and fire all 33 of these next week, right? That's very interesting. Goose already said that. Sorry for being annoying. Okay, Lev, you're not annoying. But you're going to have to bear with me. I can't read 6,000 words a minute, dude. There's 2 chats going with a lot of people in it right now. So please bear with me if somebody says something in chat. Don't be like, oh, well, he already said that. All right, he already said that. And if I could read 6,000 words a minute, we've already would have concluded it and we'd be knocking on Elon's door what the solution was, okay? I'm only one person, dude. Give me a break. Does that indicate a QC issue? Possible. I cut you guys a crazy amount of slack. Please do the same with me, man. I can't read that fast, and I can read pretty quick. I can read pretty quick, but not that fast. I'm not that good. I'm sorry. I can't think about fault tree analysis and read both chats at 6,000 words a minute at the same time. I wish I was that good, dude. It's all good, man. I'm just telling you, I'm not mad. It's just it's all good. Where's the next booster in production? It's got to do cryo testing, Dean. Personally, I think it was already a high risk, the reuse of Booster 19's old engines. Fighting Falcon, my gut's telling me that's what caused the problem. What else could it be? I mean, like I said, if it looks like poop and stinks like poop, it's probably poop, right? What else could it be? You know, if it's something that they're confident enough, that Elon's confident enough that, you know, it needs to swap out 2 Raptors and they're going to launch sometime next week, that tells me that it's what Spoiled was saying in the other chat. Wear item, dude. Something's funky with those engines. Yeah, Ari, I think the Booster 19 theory is probably the best one. But with what Fighting Falcons said, dudes, per the Ring Watchers Discord, there was only one engine that didn't fail. One of the engines that didn't fail to fire was on Booster 19, but it wasn't all of them. Yeah, Sydney, there you go. Yeah, like I said, fellas, this is a really weird one. Usually there's pretty defining trends that you can basically figure out exactly what's going on. Like, or you can at least pinpoint the relative area here. Between them swapping the engines out, the engines working on the static fire, not working on the main ignition, them seemingly not changing anything in that period of time. Yeah, that's weird, man. That's a weird one. But whatever it is, SpaceX seems to have it figured out. I mean, if Elon's saying they're going to swap 2 Raptors and be good by next week, yeah, could have just been an old Raptor 3 that it's just they found the end of its duty cycle. It's possible. It could be that too. Or you hate to say it, but one engine could have blown up and taken out its neighbors. That's what I'm worried about, dude. That's what I'm worried about. The 2 engines that they might be replacing could have exploded. And if that's the case, why? Why did they explode? The other engines didn't explode. Why did those ones explode? It's a complicated problem. Blue and SpaceX have some ingredients in common right now, as we both have funky engines. Rocket science, I mean, you know this good and well. As anybody that works in the industry, propulsion is one of the most difficult things, if not the most. That is the most difficult thing. I think the only thing that is more difficult to do is make a human-rated spacecraft. This is concerning since they want to refly with the same day in the future. Well, the worst case, best case scenario, JP, this is going to uncover a fault mode with Raptor that's going to make it safer in the future. Better it blow up now than with people on it. Yeah, Drew, that's Twitch chat was saying the same thing, man. It's entirely possible it's just a reliability problem. Could be just a QC issue. I heard that that's what happened with those BE4s on the NG4 mission, dudes. So you never know. Look at the wording again. The swap, seems to be out of an abundance of caution, so all engines are most likely intact. Elon says to be confident of a good flight two Raptors will be removed and replaced. LH2 tanks arrived at Mila. Nice. Very good. Which is nice, Fluffy, yeah. Huh. If one engine blew up, this wouldn't be launching next week. Yeah, so I think we could rule that out. And once again, guys, like, it is entirely possible that engines could tank a hard start. You can tank a hard start or a hard stop. It goes back to what I was saying before. Usually engines blow up, but Raptor having 4,400 PSI chamber pressure might be able to tank a detonation or two. But then again, guys, I would just be wondering why those things hard started or stopped. Why did that happen? That's what I'd really be wondering. And I'm sure SpaceX already knows. They have the telemetry in front of them. We don't. Ryan Weber's launch date forecast is coming to fruition. You know, Optimum, this is why, I give Ryan crap for being a pessimist a lot, but also I really value what he has to say. Like, guys, like, all right, little bit of background on Ryan, because he won't plug himself. Like, he won't say what he does. The guy manages a fleet of 737s. He runs an A&P department, and he manages the maintenance and repair of a fleet of 737s. He's not stupid. All right? The guy knows what he's talking about. All right? So, give him some credit. Me? No, I'm not going to give him credit. Screw him. But he's like an A&P prodigy, man. He's really good. He keeps a fleet of 737s flying. Like, the guy knows what he's talking about. Like, he won't plug himself. He's too humble. He's too Midwestern, but he's not. I mean, but that's some Midwestern stuff. Like, oh no, you're good at what you do. Will there be a spicy flame trench tomorrow? Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I like giving Ryan crap because he's my friend, but a lot of people are like, I hate that guy. I'm like, no, dude, he knows what he's talking about. There's a reason why he's on NSF. He's pretty damn smart. Oliver, I have to check to see if there's a flame trench tomorrow, but yeah. Guys, interesting initial fault tree analysis. We'll see how well our ideas hold up to reality. I mean, and I'm pretty sure we'll figure out what happened here with the docuseries. This is, like some people were saying in chat, it's going to make for some good content for the SpaceX docuseries. Ryan Weber does not work for Ryanair, Neeper. Just to be very clear, he does not work for Ryanair. Now, Ryan Caden, I don't know, maybe. He might. Are you sure? I am very sure, yes. All right. Yeah, guys, a lot of good theories that people were throwing around, but that's a weird one. This is a weird problem. He didn't work for Spirit. He doesn't work for them. He is John Ryanair Weber. Chad, if you could do me a solid and just start calling him John Ryanair Weber in the NSF chat next time he's on, that would make me very happy. Can we do that? On it? Thank you. You are a gentleman and a scholar. He works for WebAir. All right, guys. It's been a long day. I hope you enjoyed the coverage. That was fun. Thanks, Akimi. Ryan and Alex are good people. I like them. They're pretty good friends. yeah, pretty good friends. Good company, man. I like it, you know, if I'm going to be on a webcast with people, I got to be on a webcast with people that can nerd out hard. And Alex, I think, can nerd out harder than I can. Like, and you know what? I'm here for it. I was trying to get as many Alex answers out of him as I possibly could the other day. Anyway, that's going to do it for me, dudes. Great coverage. Yeah, hey, thanks. I hope you guys appreciated it. I don't know, man. There's really not a conclusive fault tree analysis here. I can't say one way or the other if the Raptors hard started or if they burped or if it was just an ignition sequencer thing or if part wear. It's, yeah, something very... This was a very weird... I would say, dare I say, like an isolated thing. Like some... anomalous behavior could be QC on the motors. It's possible. I'd like to ask that guy that works at SpaceX with the awesome dreadlocks, because he's the propulsion guy. I'd be like, yo, what'd you do? Be like, what? No. All right, it's on their page right now, July 17th. So, I mean, yeah, man, if they get 2 Raptors removed in place and send it tomorrow, I'm gonna be very impressed. Thanks for the coverage. You did great as always. I watch very few streams, so there's a reason I keep coming back. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. That's high praise. All right, but anyway, have a good night, guys. I'm gonna wrap it up here. Feel like a raid tonight? I just checked weather guy. No, there's not many people around streaming, so that's high praise. No Factorio? No, I'm good for now. So yeah, I'll see you guys all tomorrow. We'll just start up around the regular start time, dudes. Start up around noontime Eastern, and I'll let you know tomorrow if there's a flame trench. We'll kind of play it by ear. We'll see what happens. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate it. Everybody that bit tipped and subbed today, YouTube and on Twitch. You guys are the best. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens here. But either way, this thing is going to go, and it's going to go sometime soon. So, thank you very much for watching, guys. Have a great night. I'll see you guys all tomorrow.